Hello everyone, CMeeCraft here, and welcome to the stream. You may notice this is not Paper Mario as I have been promising so far. That's because I'm still wrestling with OBS to try to get it to actually record my console games again, so we're kind of stuck on PC at the moment. I really don't know what's going on. I've tried a lot of things at this point. Unplug, replug. I even, uninstalled and reinstalled OBS, which is part of why actually the stream was delayed in starting today, because I neglected to then reinstall my plugins and just realized like a few minutes before the stream was supposed to start of like, oh, I don't have my necessary plugins installed. But we have those back at least, so hopefully all should be well. I'm hoping at the very least the buffering issues we've had the last couple days maybe will be resolved by this, but unfortunately recording off the consoles has not. As such, given the fact that all my Jackbox games are on Switch, we likely aren't going to play specifically Jackbox tomorrow at 10 p.m., but we'll do something interactive. It should be fun, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see what we can pull off. I guess in theory I could just buy a Jackbox pack on PC, but then that'd be really inconvenient because then we basically wouldn't be able to play it any other day. Though I guess it could be good to have one just as sort of a backup plan. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be something interactive, something fun. But yeah, so what we're playing today in lieu of Paper Mario is Fate Stay Nights, which is a visual novel that's got an official English release, I think yesterday, or maybe the day before. It's, in theory, I've heard, like, I know about it by reputation, I've heard of, like, the anime and stuff. It's, I think, supposed to be one of the best visual novels out there, so, yeah, only the best for you guys, of course. And we're here to, at least start playing it. We'll see where it goes, I don't know. Not necessarily promising this will be a long-term series or anything, especially, but I'm curious to check it out. So let's get into this. And why are we already in the game? Well, because the game starts like this. It does not have... at least it doesn't start you on a title screen. So here we go. The tip of the sword was like a flash of lightning. A spearhead thrust to skewer the heart. Even attempting to evade it was pointless. It was but a flash too swift for the human eye to follow. And yet, moonlight swept in to save me. From the strike that threatened to end me. The sound was beautiful, like the tolling of a bell. No, truth be told, the sound hung over me, heavier than an iron weight. This beauty had little to do with aesthetics. The stark armor wrapped around her was like the frozen night itself. The ringing was not in itself pleasant. It was the sound of steel. But the night herself was beautiful enough to make it into the chiming of a bell. I ask of you, are you my master? Her voice resonated in the darkness. I have come in response to your summons. Henceforth my blade is with you, and your fate with me. Our pact is now sealed. Indeed, the pact was sealed. Just as she chose to serve me. I'm sure in that moment that I swore to save her. The moonlight cut through the darkness. As if in imitation of the night, the storehouse regained its former calm. Time had stopped. The vision before me had lasted less than a second. Be that as it may, I will always remember the sight of her, as clearly as if it were still happening now, even if I fall into the depths of hell. The faint slant of her profile, her serene, divinely green eyes. For a moment time stopped, and her silhouette draped in blue swayed in the wind. I was struck by the pale blue glow. Her hair, as fine as golden thread, was bathed in moonlight. Fates. This happened 10 years ago. Oh, really? Wow. I see someone who takes me back. He's tall with chiseled features. I've never known him to crack a joke. He ruffles my hair affectionately. No, that's not what this is. It's more like he's grasping my head and working it like a stubborn jar lid. Maybe he doesn't know how to control his strength. That's only to be expected. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. It's time for me to leave. You know what to do next. I answered yes in a somber voice. He nodded once, withdrew his hand, and stood up. That's all. Had I known this would be the last time we would ever see each other, I would have done my best to make him laugh with the perfect joke. I had been practicing punchlines in private in the hopes of finally seeing a smile crack that stony face. If I have one regret, it's that I never got to tell him any of my jokes. Get the association in your debt before you become an adult. Any decisions after that I leave up to you. I'm sure you'll manage on your own. So he said, but I bet he was worried about me. He told me about our family's heirloom jewels, the gems passed down to us from our grandmaster, and how to manage the underground workshop. It was a rapid-fire course of subjects he'd never taught me before. Even as a child, I realized that he would probably never come home again. There was a war. Not a war between countries, but between people. But in this war, there were only 7 combatants. It might not have seemed fitting to call it a war, but having mages involved changes things. 7 mages from different factions competed, but I wasn't sure why. They killed each other using methods I didn't really understand. One of them was the man in front of me. It meant that he would kill, and eventually be killed. I'm sure he felt the ticking of his life's clock even more keenly than I did. Rin, before long the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it. But above all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages. And with that, he ruffled my hair one last time and left. I never saw him again. My father/teacher was one of the masters who participated in the Holy Grail War. He never came home. Safe travels, Father. I bid him farewell, as a well-behaved daughter should. I knew I was on the verge of tears, but I didn't let them show. I loved him. He was a great father, and an even greater mage. Mages are stubborn people. As far as I knew, there wasn't a more upstanding man in the whole world. As my instructor, he trained me. As my father, he loved me. Alex, thanks for the resub. Hello, yes. Well, my recording off my Switch still isn't working, so we're stuck on PC, and I decided today we'd try out Fate Stay Night. Apparently one of the better visual novels out there that just got an English translation a couple days ago. So, buckle up for the ride, I suppose. So I decided I'd accept the things he left for me, and choose my own path. Rin, before long, the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it, but above all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages. What is it about? Tough to say. We've only been playing it for like 10 minutes. So far, there's been, like some sort of female knight that came in and saved some dude. And now we've got this, now we're from the perspective of this girl who apparently is in a line of mages that want to obtain the Holy Grail. So that's about what we've surmised so far. In the end, his final words for me were given as a mage, not a father. That's the moment I made up my mind. Alright, I guess I'd better do everything I can to become a worthy mage. It's only natural for an apprentice mage to live up to her master's hopes. That's how I, Rin Tosaka, grew up after experiencing life's twists and turns. It's been 10 years since my father went off to war. I wouldn't say I've been looking forward to this day, but I am a bit on edge. That goes without saying, after all. That moment which was burned into my memory 10 years ago will soon be upon me again. I mean, that's gotta be January 31st, yeah. Okay. Oh, an alarm clock. That's like the same sound as my alarm clock. That's disturbing. I hear something. Ring, ring. Shut up. Stop. The noise doesn't stop. It's such... Yeah, I guess, I don't know, I'm torn, because normally I just do, like, normal voice for narration, but this is first-person narration. So, I don't know. Anyways, it's such an infernal racket, it's almost as if it's here to avenge my father. What now? I was up late, just a little longer. I should just let me sleep a bit more. In fact, it should. I stayed up into the early hours deciphering my father's will, and used a hell of a lot of magical energy to do it. I'm totally exhausted, body and mind. Good grief, cut me some slack, would ya? Ring, 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 ring. Oh, hello, Shrimp Giver. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the chat. Have I ever seen or played any other parts of the franchise? I have not played any other, like, I'm aware of the existence of the anime and whatnot, but I knew it was based off a visual novel, so I figured if I were to experience it, I'd probably do it that way. And now that it's got an official English translation, I figure why not now? Why not? So, but this is my first proper exposure to it. I've never seen anything else of it, just kind of know it by reputation. The alarm clock is deaf to my complaints. What kind of machine makes a noise that can seem like its sole purpose is to remind you that you're late? Late. I can't be late. Starting at the right place? Good to hear. I hear this is one of the more, like, complex series to even decipher what the correct place is. True, but there's a time and a place for everything. No matter how much of an overachiever I am, I should try to make it to school on time, at least for today, if only slightly. Right, I set my alarm 30 minutes early, which means I should still be able to sleep another 30. Oh, that's a trap to fall into for sure. Doesn't that sound off? 30 minutes early? I peer at the alarm clock through sleep-heavy eyelids. Oh, did I already do this? Did we already set it? 30 minutes. Like, did we already do the 30-minute trick? The hands point to 7 o'clock on the dot. I usually get up at 6:30, which means I've completely used up my safety margin. Sego, just why is my brain so slow in the morning? I glare at the alarm clock for several seconds. Oh, thank goodness it's over. Ah, sheesh. I shut off the alarm and climb sluggishly out of bed. Now I just get to listen to my tinnitus instead. No, I don't actually have severe tinnitus, I don't think. The morning chill bites at me as I cross the hallway and enter the parlor. This is the final 7 a.m. in January. Yeah, the ringing, it was the alarm clock. Winters in Fuyuki are relatively warm, but the mornings here are as cold as anywhere. Even at home, my breath mists white. It's that much colder without anyone else living here. Heater. I turn on the heater and go wash up. Single living is so inconvenient at times like these. If there is someone else here to wake up before me, then the parlor would already be heated. It can be a dilemma for sure. I remember when I moved into a new apartment once, I didn't realize for the longest time that the heating, like I moved in winter, I believe, yeah. And the heat wasn't actually, or the like climate control system was set to air conditioning for the first like 3 days. It was terrible. Like I was freezing every morning. And then I realized, oh wait, the thermostat just isn't set properly. Anyways, I washed my face at the sink. Had actually the opposite problem the other day. I was at the gym that my current apartment has, and it was set to heat in the middle of summer, it was like 83 degrees in there. Anyways, I run a brush through my long hair and get dressed. A chilly morning in a frigid bathroom. The only thing to be said for it is that the cold water mercilessly beats the sleepiness from me. Cold shower, yeah. Cold shower is something I would like to enjoy, but I don't. I'm not sure if it's a thing where you just kind of got to go for it, like over and over again, and then eventually get used to it. Probably. Anyways, with a final tug on the ribbon at my collar, I finished getting dressed. All that's left is to have breakfast and go to school. The clock reads just past 7, so my morning rush feels a bit anticlimactic. Oh, I don't even need to run then. Of course, I'd never do anything so uncouth as sprinting to school. The Tosaka family motto dictates that we conduct ourselves with confidence and elegance at all times. Yeah, I suppose if the water is past a certain temperature, it's the cold shower probably isn't great. I hear though it's got like good health benefits as compared to a hot shower. Like easier on your skin and stuff, wakes you up and gets your heart flowing, the blood pumping. Wait, no, the opposite way. The heart pumping, the blood flowing. Anyways, my ancestors must have been some high and mighty aristocrats if that's what we've taught through the generations. The anachronistic mansion I live in is proof enough of that. Plus, the Tosakas are a line of spellweavers who practice what is known as magecraft. Is that like the precursor to Minecraft? We're not just an old family. We have an admirably storied history. Does anyone in chat know, because obviously I know the English translation is new, but what specifically is the release like year of this game? Just so I'm kind of clear on the like time frame it's supposed to be set in. So I don't get like weirded out by like flip phones or fax machines popping up or something. Not that it's anything to brag about. 2004. Okay. Alright, 2004. That's pretty old for me, but I've got a frame of reference. I'm not that young. that I can't conceive of the world of 2004. Though it's more of an intellectual exercise than an actual reminiscing for me. I will admit that much. In fact, I literally can't talk about it. The truth is, I'm a mage. Who could I even brag about that to? As the name suggests, MageCraft is what most normal people would see as magic. It sounds like some supernatural woo-woo, and if you'd like to think of it as just wiggling your fingers and saying abracadabra, that's fine too. Just think of us as people who chant weird words and make equally weird stuff happen. Fair enough, fair enough. That's a pretty good description of mages, I suppose. January 1st, 2004. Huh. Interesting. Or no, January 30th is what you wrote there. Sorry. That said, we don't fly around on broomsticks. We don't shoot stars out of wands either. Ah, 20th anniversary. Oh, yeah, makes sense. We can do things kind of like that, but there's no point, so we don't. We're pretty much heretics who lurk in the shadows of society. I'm honestly kind of surprised that, because this is, I believe, the first English, like, official English translation of it, of Fate Stay Nights. I'm kind of surprised it took this long, because isn't this, like, from my understanding, this is, like, one of the kind of titans of the visual novel, like, medium or whatever. Would have thought it would have been translated sooner. We're not allowed to draw attention to ourselves, and anyone who has the time for that kind of thing would rather spend it on their research. Ordinary humans might call us magicians, but that would be wrong. In fact, there are only 5 magicians in the whole world. Really? Magicians are what we call people who can do something no one else can. We can accomplish feats beyond the means of modern science and perform genuine miracles. Similarly, magic is the label we use for mystics. Magical mysteries that can't be realized with any amount of time or skill. Well, MageCraft, though it looks mysterious, is something anyone can do with enough time and resources. I'm a mage, and the kind of mystics I use are merely MageCraft, not true magic. Lots of issues. Yeah, that makes sense. Confusing, I know, but that's how it works. Also, modern civilization doesn't accept the existence of mages. We believe in manipulate and study things that can't be measured, which puts us at odds with modern society. I will say already, I'm quite liking the world building here. I like this because oftentimes when you're getting supernatural elements mixed into a kind of more contemporary setting, it can be kind of weird and unbelievable. Of like Harry Potter would be kind of the go-to example of if there was actually a secret society of like a bunch of like hundreds of thousands or tens. I'm not sure what the official like Harry Potter population is of wizards to muggles, but we're probably talking at least tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of wizards. There's no way society and history and stuff wouldn't be like crazily different from how it is now. But I do like this approach of it of like, yeah, there are mages, there are mystics or what have you, but there's like 5 of them at any given time. Which actually I think you can then really, I'm not sure if this is where this game goes with the concept, but that's very easily explainable of like, oh yeah, we had mages. You know that Napoleon guy? Yeah, he had a bit of magical help with being great in battle. Yeah, Jesus, he was one of us too. Most figures in ancient history that have some sort of like magical properties associated with us, yeah. And yeah, if there's only like 5 of us at any given time, it kind of makes sense. It's especially if you're looking at like a great man sort of theory of history. Interesting. Well, I'll be looking forward to diving more into this. Above all, there's no point to any of what we do. You'd be so much happier just going off to a normal school and becoming a normal adult than you would studying MageCraft. Human technology has accomplished great things. For the last few centuries, MageCraft has been playing catch-up to the progress of civilization. Nothing is impossible for humanity anymore. Miracles that could only be realized with MageCraft in the distant past have been reduced to common tools and appliances. Even so, MageCraft does have its benefits. Just as there are some things only science can accomplish, there remain heights only mystics can reach. If science is racing into the future, then mages are racing into the past. I think the Tosaka Grandmaster said that. Whether you're heading into the past or the future, your destination is the same. 0, or something like that. We can shelve the difficult topics for now. Philosophy is for the elderly. I finish my breakfast and pick up my bag. Oh right, gotta bring my pendants. I'm reluctant to take something so valuable to school, but it'd be a waste to leave it behind. I mean, this thing's 100 years old. It's by far the most powerful jewel we have. Powerful jewel, okay. Ooh, pretty. One could even say it's an entirely different level. It's on an entirely different level. I obtained the gem after decoding my father's will last night. It's imbued with 10 years worth of my own magical energy. I've been told that the Tosaka family has heirloom jewels passed down since the olden days, and this might be one of them. Tosaka mages specialize at the conversion and flow of power. We channel our magical energy into precious gems whenever we have a spare moment. Simply put, I'm the gun and the jewels are bullets. The other main thing I've inherited from my father is the magic crest engraved into my left arm. The magic crest is proof that I'm the heir to our lineage. It's like all the techniques of the Tosakas condensed into a tattoo. Can't let my guard down, even if it hasn't started yet. What's it's? For now, I stow my pendant, my father's keepsake, in a pocket. It's my trump card. There's nothing I can't do with the power stored in there. It's 7:30. I better leave soon if I don't want to be late for school. That's not a normal bee. What is that? Is that like the beta symbol? I don't know. Shlivung lock. Verfarin Re code 3. Okay. I weave energy into a brief foreign phrase. Oh, this is like magic. Wait, am I locking my front door with magic? Seems needlessly complicated, but okay. I'm sure there's a good reason. As mage, I can't neglect the security of my home base. I suppose that's fair. That still applies even if I've never had so much as a single burglar, lost child, or stray cat wander into my home. There's a lot of German. Okay. Well, luckily English is a Germanic language, so, you know, it's not too far afield from my comfort zone, I suppose. Actually, I don't think the neighbors have ever come over to say hello. That's fine with me. Why don't I ever get any stray cats around here? I look up at the mansion that's been my home for over a decade. Fuyuki is a strange city. One side of the intersection dividing the residential areas filled with old samurai estates, while the side I'm on has an abundance of mansions built in European style. Apparently a whole bunch of foreign families immigrated here long ago, but I've never seen a single foreigner around. There's even a cemetery for foreigners in Shinto, the new part of the city, across the river, but it was built for the generation that immigrated here. Maybe Japan just didn't suit them. I make a mental note to ask the priest about it next time I visit the church. He's nothing if not full of boring trivia for sure. Oh. Something feels off as soon as I step outside. That's weird. It's quieter than I thought. There's no trace of the typical morning bustle. At 7:30 in the morning, there would normally be students and workers on their daily commutes. That is a bit odd, I suppose. I don't know, unless it's like the weekend or something, and I actually am not supposed to be going to school. I guess it's just one of those days. Maybe everyone slept in? It's unusually cold today, so everyone must be snuggled up in bed. Still though. Even if that were true, it's strange that there isn't a single student on the street. At this time of day, you'd expect to see at least a school uniform or two. And yet, from where I'm standing at the school gate, it looks like morning club activities are just starting up. Which can only mean... Oh, Tosaka, you're awfully early today. I knew it. With a light sigh, I turned to face the student who called out to me. Morning, sure is cold today. The girl who addresses me so casually is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's my classmate in 2A, and she has quite a history. Morning, Mitsuzuri, and sorry for the weird question, but do you know what time it is? It's not even 7 yet. You still asleep or something? She waves her hand in front of my face as if to ask if anybody's home. Yako's one of my few friends, and she knows I'm not a morning person. She's probably figured out by now that I'm still not completely with it. The clocks at home are an hour ahead. All of them, apparently. Who did that? And why? I thought it was just my alarm clock, but the grandfather clock was off too. What's going on here? That is odd. Localized temporal anomaly, perhaps? Father must have set the clocks to go haywire once I took the pendant out of the underground cellar. Why? Tosaka. Don't worry about it, it's no big deal. Are you on your way to morning practice, Mitsuzuri? Yeah, there's lots of troublemakers in the Kyoto Club, and we're down one of our best shooters. We need to put on a good show if we're going to attract first years in April. I see, sounds rough. Way to show you care. Oh, wanna come see? I'm sure the boys would love to know you're watching. The Kyoto Club? Huh. I'm acquainted with 3 of its members. One is Ayako, the girl I'm talking to now. Rarely ever speak to the other 2. Of those latter 2, there's one that I actually can't explain away as simply an acquaintance. I became with Ayako the club captain because I'd been watching the club from afar. Okay, as long as it's just watching, I'll come. It's not like I have anything else to do this early in the morning. Nice, then let's get going. One of our school's trademarks is its well-equipped archery range. The chair of the school board has a passion for Kyoto, a traditional Japanese archery, so they built a magnificent range on campus. It's kind of a waste for a high school club, to be honest. Come on, let's go. There's still time before practice starts, so I'll get you some tea. Ayako tugs on my arm, looking somewhat pleased. If I'm being honest, her brusque way of speaking is a bad habit. As Ayako said, there's no one else at the range. We sip Japanese tea that's so hot it numbs my tongue as we prepare ahead for today's classes. The hot drink is delicious in the quiet, wintry archery range. Okay, I'll get right down to it. What's up with you today, Tosaka? Did you finally reel in someone good? What do you mean by this? And she uses the occasion to ask me something completely ridiculous. You're just getting straight to it today, huh? Should I take that tone to mean you beat me to the punch? No comment. If you're showing your cards, then neither. If you're not showing your cards, then neither am I. So how about it? If you being so tired does anything go by, I bet I'm right on the mark. No comment either. But I guess if I tried to hide it, you'd see right through me. Sadly, not yet. What about you? Can you really afford to take your time on the romantic front? You're not wrong. These things aren't looking too good, sure. I could grab someone just for appearances, but quality matters, you know? I shouldn't compromise when my future's on the line. Are you that worried you'll make the wrong choice and lose to me? Obviously, the important thing here is that you lose to me, but I actually gain in the process is secondary, really. Something to do with anomalies? Maybe. She chuckles confidently. We're two peas in a pod. Yeah, I told you when we met that this is what it'd be like between us. She did, didn't she? Kill or be killed. I'm sure that's how it'll be between the two of us. I'm genuinely surprised to have someone say that right off the bat. Translation: our friendship won't bloom unless we're constantly trading blows. Is what Ayako was getting at. I agree with her. In the 2 years since then, I still haven't figured out whether she's my friend or my nemesis. 2 years, okay. How did we get on this again? What, you started it, Tasaka. You complained that you'd never have a boyfriend, so we decided to make it a contest to see who catches one first, remember? Right, that was the deal. We said that whoever loses has to do whatever the winner says for a day, right? Yep, and I don't think even kids make deals like this anymore. But we're both sore losers. No matter what happens, the loser has to honor the deal. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to winning. Ayako snickers and delights. My goodness. Ayako Mitsuzuri is, to put it mildly, a handful. I'll admit I'm looking forward to winning myself, so that goes for us both. You see. But Mitsuzuri, you can look forward to the future. Don't lose sight of the goal. There's more to our contest than being first to the finish. I know, it's not a real victory unless it's a relationship that makes you green with envy. That's the biggest challenge for us both, though. It doesn't matter how great of a guy he is if we can't bring ourselves to love him. Yako's sigh is heavy. From what I've heard, she's known as a bit of a misandrist. Can't put too much stock in gossip, though. That she made this a bet at all means less that she just doesn't like boys and more that she hasn't found the right person. That aside... Wait, when did this become we? I'll have you know that I'm not an ice queen like you. I'd have no problem liking a boy. Yeah, not buying it. Maybe you just haven't realized it, but I can't imagine you getting soft on a boy. You're always getting asked out, and you've never once said yes. You'd think that if you were actually interested, you'd at least date a few. I'd say your record speaks for itself. You don't care about boys. I mean, well... You have no imagination at all, do you? What if I already have feelings for someone? Ooh, maybe. Wow, talk about tall tales. But sure, I can appreciate a good romance. Yako's tone isn't mocking. She nods solemnly. Her sigh tells me that it would be nice if it were true. I don't believe myself. I really can't hide anything from her. So can I. She's right. You know very well how cold I am. I'll concede that I'm a novice when it comes to romance. That you are, 2 feet in a pod, right? Damn, it's already 7. We'd have cut the secret meeting short. Who knows when someone might walk in on us. Time to start acting like students. This is fairly student-ish behavior, I believe. Oh, look at you. What a social butterfly. It was worth waking up early just to see it. Not as much as the great Rin Dosaka. I'm the David to your Goliath. Your ability to fake being a goody two-shoes at school is practically an alternate personality. Well, I mean, come on. Also, I feel like saying I'm the David to your Goliath is actually more of a, it's a very backhanded sort of compliment. Because, well, if you know how that story ends. Ayaka sniffs exaggeratedly. I empty the rest of the teacup she poured me and brew a new pot. So why not join a club? Don't feel your usual bull about being unathletic. I still haven't forgotten how you beat me in every fitness test last year. You had me beat in lung capacity though, and weight. Yeah, I gained 3 kilos. Wait, that's something to celebrate. Damn it, you tricked me. Yako slaps the table. Careful, you might spill the tea. Shouldn't the club captain be taking better care of the place? Shut it, I'm your rival first and club captain somewhere after that. If there's no one else around, you can bet I'm ready to take the fight to you. Yako side-eyes me with a huff. She has a unique idea about beauty. A beautiful woman must walk the martial path. She's always going on about that. Not surprising, she's well versed in most martial arts. Kyudo was the discipline she was least skilled at, so she joined the club and worked her way up to captain. She's probably one of the top 3 people in our school you'd least want to mess with. Should you really be saying that you stop being a captain if none of your club members are around? Why not? I'm only captain for show. I can't just have the more unruly members take care of any grunt work. Or I can't just have the more unruly members take care of any grunt work. Plus, there's better shooters than me. Anyway, I don't have any captain's honor to defend. That's so. I recall Miss Fujimura saying you were the best they had. Coming from her, that's a bit of an ego boost, but still, she's only saying that because of the guy who left. You're right, though. If Miss Fujimura thinks that much of me, I'd better act like a real captain. That's the spirit. And speak of the devil, here come your clubmates now. Time for me to go, but make sure you do your part. What, you're not going to watch us shoot? I wouldn't understand it even if I did. It's one thing to watch from afar, but the uninitiated shouldn't loiter in the dojo. Just as I get up to leave, the first club members begin entering the archery range. Good morning, Captain. Morning, Mato. Are you by yourself today? Yes, I'm sorry I couldn't convince him to come. It's fine. If he doesn't want to, there's no point in forcing him. Yako speaks to the first club member to arrive. I'll be going then. See you later, Mitsuzuri. Oh, that, no. Yeah, later, Tosaka. Have a good day, Tosaka. Thanks. Hang in there, Sakura. I leave the dojo behind so as not to get in the way. Morning, Tosaka. Funny running into you so early. Oh no, and here comes the person I least wanted to see. Good morning, Mato. You're here early. Of course I am. I'm the captain, so I need to set a good example for the first years. Anything you missed so far? Rich girl, lives in mansion, also a mage, goes to school. Yeah. Chad, you can catch him up the rest of life, if need be. Shinji Mato from class 2C grins at me. Oh, also something about the Holy Grail. He's the vice captain of the Kyoto Club and darling of half the girls at school. It's mostly thanks to his looks, of course, but he's also admired for his good grades, social graces, being kind to girls, and being an overall heartthrob or something like that. I really don't follow that kind of stuff. It's just what I hear my classmates say. I see. I hate to burst your bubble, but I'm pretty sure you're forgetting an important part of that, Mato. Try to remember next time. What's that? Vice, I don't care whether you're captain or vice captain, but if you make a point of leaving it out, people might think it bothers you, vice captain. You're right, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Tosaka. Not sure I did anything you should thank me for, but hey, I'm not going to stop you. With that, I turned to leave the range. Well, hang on, you're here to watch, aren't you? You're more than welcome to stay. Pass, I don't want to interrupt your practice. I don't mind at all. If anyone says otherwise, I'll kick them out, so why don't you stick around? I already said I don't want to intrude. It's not as if I'm particularly interested in Kyoto. I'm not really excited to watch a bunch of people I don't know shooting arrows. What's that, Tosaka? You don't care about Kyoto? I must just be confused after seeing you watching us after school so many times. I don't know what he's playing at, but he seems to have seriously misunderstood things. So you knew, Mato? Yeah, our eyes met often, you and I. Saw you watching me. I wanted to call out to you, but you know how it is. I can't raise my voice on the range. Oh, that's close. Shinji starts closing in on me, looking pleased with himself. I see the triumphant glint in his eye, competing with that affable smile. If I had it wrong all along, I thought you liked watching us shoot, but you aren't interested. Why were you watching then, Tosaka? Oh no! He's got me in a contradiction. Well, you see, it's because I was particularly bored on those days, and it was the only thing going on. Yeah. Now I see. It would sound like that, wouldn't it? Would you mind taking a step back, Mato? I like my personal space. What was that, Tosaka? Oh, you're still not getting it. This isn't my usual style, but I guess it's what it'll take. Here, I'll make this real simple so even you can understand. I'm even less interested in you than I am in Kyudo. I didn't even know you were in the club, and I doubt I'll remember you next time either. What did you just say? I must have touched a nerve because I must have touched a nerve because he tries to grab me roughly. I twist out of his reach and turn to leave. Bye, Mato. Sometimes little self-consciousness can do you good. Tosaka, you little. Look, dude, this is not the way to react. You gotta accept defeat with grace, right? Respect for shooting your shot, but yeah, if you miss, you miss, and you gotta move on, man. Otherwise, you start looking real creepy. Shinji sounds like he is about to say something, but he keeps his temper and doesn't chase after me. This guy is all style, no substance. If he had even a little backbone, the people around him wouldn't suffer nearly so much. I take the rear entrance into campus from the archery range. It's past 7 now, but there still aren't students in the hallways. Hey, Tosaka! Good morning, Miss Fujimura. Yep, good morning to you. I just love how you're so polite to teachers like me. The strange woman pretends to sob in delight. It may be hard to believe, but this extraordinarily affectionate and happy-go-lucky woman is actually a teacher here. Is there another way to say good morning? There sure are. The first years all greet me properly, but once they're upperclassmen, they stop using my surname. Don't follow their example, alright? Oh, I'm not quite sure I understand, but I wouldn't be rude to you. I forget which class I said I was in. My second year, I think? I thought it was like 2 something. Good girl. Oh, I wish they could be more like you, Tosaka. With a parting wave and a see ya, Miss Fujimura leaves. Fortunately, she isn't my homeroom teacher. Miss Fujimura teaches English. Her sunny attitude belies her expert rank in Japanese fencing, kendo. In her student days, they called her the Fuyuki Tiger. That's the mystery, though. You'd think someone known as a tiger would be feared, not adored, right? Miss Fujimura cheerily heads off in the direction of the archery range. Well, think about being feared or adored, right? Is it better to be feared or loved? It's a good question, but I say both is best. For some reason, she's the faculty advisor to the Kyudo Club instead of the Kendo Club. Yeah, lots of ways to say good morning, for sure. It's just before 7:30. I can see students doing their club activities on the school grounds, but there's hardly anyone indoors. Except... Tosaka? He always blurts out my name like I did something wrong every time he sees me. Well, if it isn't the student council president, it's a little early for patrolling campus, isn't it? Or are you maybe fixing up the club rooms? You're diligent as always. Not that I care. And just what are you doing? You're not even in a club, so why are you here so early? Hey, it's a school, it's public property, I'm allowed to be here. Better early than late, is it not? I just felt like it. I'm not an early riser like your family, Ryudo. The student council president's handsome face darkens with suspicion. He seems to have it out for me. I really don't know why. maybe me saying temples are so dull pass is what started it? Wait. The cooking show? What does that even mean, the cooking show? Is there like a cooking spin-off of this? And it's a pretty expensive series from what I understand, so I guess I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be surprised though. One question for you. Have you been staying late on campus lately, Tosaka? Nope, I'm in the Go Home Club. You know that. Naturally, as the appointed student council president, I'm well acquainted with all of our students' affairs. That's nice. I'm not sure why you bothered asking then. If you're not trying to pawn your student council work off on outsiders. Just find your fellow students yourself. Don't ask me. It's got nothing to do with me. In what way are you an outsider? Don't think I haven't noticed the way you used your wiles to get your hooks into our treasure, you vixen. What? What? What are you talking about? Well, that was uncalled for. Miss Suzuri just asked you to publicize your club budget allocation. Don't the students have the right to know how their funds are being spent? That's all it was to you, was it? The psychological damage you inflicted on the treasure made her take an entire week off. I shouldn't be surprised to see just how twisted your ethics are. Okay. I'll be right back. Hold on just a moment. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Hello. Sorry about that. Had to deal with a home invader for a second. That's a joke. Just had some people stop by. I had to answer the door for him. Anyways. Where were we? I think... Yeah, we read through this whole line. We're talking about Olympics in chat. Nice, nice. Oh, near music for one of the, what, synchronized swinger teams? That's nice. Look who's talking. You ought to keep your staff on a tighter leash. Like me personally for Olympics, I'm more of a spreadsheet Olympics viewer. Which is every few days I Google, like, what's the medal standings at? And then I say, oh yay, the United States has most total medals and have the national pride or whatever. Because that's us Americans for you. We're just all about the sheer numbers and quantity. We just want to see that in a given stat we have the most of it. You know, any stat, you know, guns per capita, Olympic medals, BMI. We want to be at the top of it. Playing favorites with cultural clubs doesn't seem fair to me. I know that. That's why I was going to audit them myself. It's fixed, Issa. Just then, an unexpected visitor makes his presence known. Oh, sorry, Emiya. You're doing all the work while I'm out here and just asked for your help with the repairs. Forgive me. Don't worry about it. Where's the next one? We don't have much time. The AV room, then. The equipment's been acting up for a while, and it finally gave up the ghost. If it's completely broken, I can't fix it. It'd be easier to buy a new one. You're right, but I'd still appreciate it if you take a look. It looks like it's on its deathbed to me, but you might be able to nurse it back to health. Okay, I'll try. Beckoned by the other student, the president leaves. I'd stopped thinking during the sudden turn of events. Now that boy, wrench and screwdriver in hand, turns as if he's remembered something. Now that's tech you don't often always see in visual novels. Some depth of field. We can draw on the sprite further back. Obviously, it's not a difficult thing to do, but often it's not done. Anyways, you're early today, Tasaka. He awkwardly mutters and leaves. Was that supposed to be a greeting? The president and the student called Emiya walk off into the distance. That'd be Shiro Emiya from class 2C. Hope that's all it was. How do I put it? The wrench looked right at home in his hands, but I'm not sure if it's because it makes him look tough or handy. At 7:30 a.m., there's nobody else in classroom 2A. I take a seat at my desk and flip through my math workbook. There's still 30 minutes until morning homeroom. I've got time to kill until my classmates start arriving. The classroom is lively as lunch break begins after 4th period. My school has a cafeteria, so only about half of the students stay in the room. It's mostly girls that stay behind. The girls think the cafeteria is a bit too liberal with the seasoning, so... over-seasoned food. I guess that can be a problem, in theory. To Osaka, would you like to have lunch with me? We girls tend to enjoy our lunches as a group. I'm sorry, I can't, Segusa. But thanks for asking. I'll be eating at the cafeteria today. I overslept this morning, so I didn't have time to make lunch. What? No, I didn't oversleep. I clearly woke up way too early. Though I didn't know it, so I guess that's practically the same as oversleeping. Of course. Sorry for ambushing you with that. Segusa looks guiltily at her feet. Among the refined and well-behaved students of Class A, she's most demure. For some reason, she's really nice to me. There's nothing to apologize for, I just didn't have time to make a lunch today. Please ask me again tomorrow. I answer down as gently as I can, and offer a genuine smile. Oh, okay. So even you sleep in too, huh? Perhaps my smile made her feel better. Segusa turns back to her table, looking relieved. She's adorable. Yukika Segusa isn't drop-dead gorgeous, but her smile always puts everyone around her at ease. It does happen. I don't let it show, but I'm really not a morning person. I have to get up early, even though early enough to be in any clubs. That's why you get the after-school clubs. That's the play. Segusa somehow maintains an elegant air even when she's startled. Watching her reaction is always so calming, but that doesn't mean I have time to just stand here and talk. Good old DDLC feelings from this. And it is a school-based visual novel thus far, so makes sense. If I keep up a conversations with someone so disarming, the real me is bound to show herself. The real me? I'm off to the cafeteria then. Enjoy your lunch. You too, Tosaka. Segusa and I exchange some graceful greetings, and she returns to her friends. I see that she's eating with Kade, Makidore, and... Okay, this is Japanese, so it's probably more likely to be Kane than Kane, right? Surely. And Kane Himuro. Or Himuro. Oh, right, wasn't Segusa the track and field club manager? Makadera and Himuro are the track and field club's rising stars. Makadera's a bad influence with whom I go window shopping on days off, but I don't know Himuro too well. Looks like you got some, Seiichi. Told you that Tosaka didn't bring lunch. If you want to look, or if you want to hook her, you gotta bring enough food for both of you. Maki, can't we just go to the cafeteria with her too, then? Nah, it's too cramped in there to share space with us brown baggers. Plus, it's really annoying how those boys stare when you sit next to Tosaka. The last time we hung out, she hogged all the attention. She's an overachiever and all swanky too. I can't take it. Makadera takes hold of Segusa's desk as she continues to rant about me. Despite her foul mouth, she actually wears a kimono really well, like a picturesque Japanese beauty. Makinoji, Lady Tosaka can hear everything you're saying. Meanwhile, Himuru's cool and solid demeanor are a complete foil to that of Makadera. Oh crap, did she hear me? I bet she's totally glaring at me. Oh, I don't think she's glaring at you. She's totally shooting lasers. It's the scariest when she's smiling at you. Oh, come on. Just let it slide. We're pals, remember? I showed you to Taiyaki that one time. Kata Makadera puffs her cheeks out in a pout, waving her disposable chopsticks in the air. Do you believe that her hobby is collecting wind chimes? The world works in strange ways. Do you appreciate that DDLC got more people into the VNs? But they are cursed with always expecting a twist. Yeah, that can be a problem for sure. Not like a huge problem, but like a... You know. Honestly, and this is kind of a whole different discussion, but I do think in the like 2010s especially, I think we got a lot of media just in general, like TV, movies, and games, whatnot, that were explicitly sort of about being, subversive, breaking with trends, trying to intentionally like surprise the audience as one of the major ways of engagement. And I think it's gotten to, I think part of the reason a lot of like people are just not excited about new films and TV shows and whatnot these days is because I think we've kind of reached the saturation point of that general trend, I think. And I wonder if the 2020s and 2030s you'll see a reaction against that and to more kind of standard storytelling as opposed to specifically trying to counter the tropes. Because the issue with trying to subvert the tropes is eventually when the tropes are subverted enough, subverting the trope becomes the new trope, which then that gives you the issue of not only are you subverting something that often kind of exists historically because it provides a satisfying experience, but now it's not even getting the effect of a subversion of, surprising the audience and giving them to say, oh, that's interesting, that's clever. Then you hit the audience with the Brain Blaster, where the trope didn't even exist in the first place. True. At any rate, it's rude to Sagasa to stare at the three of them. Caught between me and the foul-mouthed Makadera and Sagusa. Looks like she doesn't know what to do with herself. It's alright, Sagusa. And, Makadera? I was the one who treated you to crepes, not Taiyaki. You really had to fix how often you work in hyperbole. Oh, that smile scares the daylights out of me. Okay, well apparently someone just kinda... Is this how female social circles work? They're just like, randomly she just hates me for no reason. Just because she just doesn't like the cut of my jib. Makadera holds up her lunchbox lid like some kind of shield. I bid the odd trio farewell. Leave the classroom. Inside, the door closed. Oops. Give me a break. Tacky crepes, what's the difference? They're both sweet things wrapped in carbs. Well, sweet things composed of carbs, technically, but, Makadera utters something blasphemous for a girl. Oh wait, that's blasphemous? Oh yikes. She thinks Taiyaki and crepes are the same? Is she even human? Are all desserts the same to her? If I'd known that her taste buds can't distinguish, for there's 500 yen, very, very berry from an 80 yen Taiyaki at Itameya. Oh, damn you, Kade Makadera. I could have saved 420 yen. 420 yen. I mean, that's only like... Obviously, exchange rates change. My personal hedge exchange rate for yen to dollars is always like, a yen is about 1 cent. Now, I think right now the yen is particularly weak, though it's actually gotten, I think, a bit stronger in the wake of the recent financial stuff over the course of the last week or so. So I think it's actually a bit less than that at the moment, but this game came out in 2004, which actually means we should take into account inflation, I guess. Anyway. Regardless, it's not a ton of money, but still. To a high schooler, every bit counts, for sure. To anyone who wants to be smart with money, every bit counts. And think about it this way. If you can save $5 a day, then by the end of the year, you'd have, what, like $1,500 extra dollars. Wow, what am I getting actually upset for? I would still be tired from last night. What did we do last night? Sorry, I only got onto this train this morning. What happened last night? The cafeteria sounds like a pain, so I'll just buy some bread from the counter and eat it on the roof. I purchased my lunch and head to the unoccupied roof. Though it's different in the summertime, during the winter the roof is a convenient place to eat that other students tend to avoid. It's too cold to hang out here during lunch, but that's a small price to pay for privacy. Time to eat. I indulge in the tomato sandwich and hot lemon drink I bought from the cafeteria. It's a simple lunch, made all the more delicious by the fact I can enjoy it up here in peace. I finish the sandwich and sip on the warm, lemony drink. I'm a little tired. It's hard to balance being an overachiever with avoiding human contact as much as possible. Weird combo? I don't know, tomato sandwich, lemony drink. I think they have a shared acidity that can kind of tie the whole package together, for sure. That being said, I can't ever see my, like, I think that just the tomato sandwich itself is probably the weird part of just bread, tomato. I don't know, is it slices of tomato or is it like more of like a marinara sandwich? Because I mean, there's a BLT. So I guess it's not unreasonable. Like, I don't think a tomato sandwich would be gross. I just feel like it'd be sort of lacking. I'd bite into it and say, man, this is fine, but it could have been so much more. As the saying goes, one should be accomplished at both the pen and the sword. It's a point of pride, no conviction, that I be the top student of the school. I decided that if I was going to be a student, then I would be the very best. I don't want people looking down on the Tosaka name. That's how Rin Tosaka came to be a perfect, flawless student. On the other hand, my occupation as a mage is dangerous, so I shouldn't associate too much with normal people. When a mage is discovered by the public, she has no choice but to eliminate witnesses to protect herself. Oh, okay, that took a turn. That escalated quickly. And do tell, Rin, what exactly precisely do you mean when you say eliminate the witnesses? Like, are we talking bribes or are we talking silencing permanently? I'd rather not resort to that. Okay, so it's a theoretical silencing of witnesses, I suppose. That's why I keep my social interactions purely superficial, out of necessity. And yet I'm apparently currently in a contest to get a boyfriend first. Feel like I've set myself up for failure there. I'll hang out with Makadere on my days off, and I turn down invitations from more sociable people like Sagusa. It's difficult walking the tightrope of being the #1 student at school while making sure I don't become anybody else's #1. And sure, there are times when it tires me out, and I feel like life is a real drag. Oh, it's already time? Finish the hot lemon drink and stand up. A hot lemon drink would be nice, though. I think. I'm tasting it in my mind's tongue right now, and I think it would be like, especially not like burning hot, but like a nice warm lemony drink. Yeah. I've got like some lemonade in the fridge right now. I could maybe do it, whip it up myself. That's enough sentimentality for today. Time to go back downstairs and become Rin Tosaka again. Yeah, definitely. Shrimp giver. Homeroom is over. Make sure you log your day shifts and lock the doors and windows. If you don't have any club activities, try to get home quickly. Class 2A's teacher gives his usual spiel and leaves the room. As far as I know, he said it exactly the same way all year. Tosaka, are you going home already? Yeah, I had to run in with Mato this morning, so I had to leave before it gets out of hand. I figured he sure had a temper this morning. You must have put him through the ringer. Did he now? Sorry for the trouble. It wasn't really. Mato's always hard on the younger students. It helps them build character. I'm glad to hear it. I'll make it up to you later. Sure. Hope it doesn't put you off. Stop by again sometime. I make my way home without taking any detours. My time as Rin Tosaka, the honor student, ends once I leave the school. The next half of the day is reserved for the other me. I have to become a mage of the Tosaka. When I arrive back at the house, I'm greeted with the pulsing light of the answering machine. Voicemail? That's rare. Figures, it's Kirei. Right, 2004. This would be before. It's just insanely anachronistic to have a landline. Gotcha. Okay. I have a feeling I know what he's going to say, but I'd better listen or I won't hear the end of it later. I press the play button and hear a familiar male voice. It's me. As I'm sure you're aware, tomorrow's the time limit, Rin. We will have a problem if you procrastinate any further. There are only 2 spots left. I must ensure all the masters are in order soon. The priest cuts straight to the point. If you plan to forfeit your rights as a master, let me know by today. It will take time to dispatch a substitute mage. Liar, I bet you could find a backup right away. I thought there were only like 5 in the world. You have already shown signs of a command spell. Promptly summon your servant and bind them to it. Of course, it's a different discussion if you choose not to take part in the Holy Grail War. If you fear for your life, then come to the church with all due haste. The voicemail ends. It was a clear message in simple language. If you're going to fight, then be ready by today. If you aren't, then retire because you're in my way. You're in the way. Not necessarily his way, but the way in general. Sorry. Huh. I don't need you to tell me that. It's only to be expected, I guess. See, this is one of the things about, like, language in general, or English, sentences, the written word, that can make it tough to voice necessarily. Because, yeah, this top sentence here of, if I don't need you to tell me that, right, is very different depending on what word you emphasize, right? I mean, you can read kind of neutrally of, I don't need you to tell me that. Or you can be, I don't need you to tell me that. I don't need you to tell me that. I don't need you to tell me that. You know, emphasizing what the kind of important part is. In any case, I don't need you to tell me that. Today's the last day I can drag this out. Thankfully, I managed to decipher Father's notes yesterday. My battle preparations are in order. All that's left is to seize the right to participate as he said. The Holy Grail War. Fight to the death over a single chalice. A ritual that's gone on for centuries. The mages who take part in the Holy Grail War are called Masters. It doesn't denote a rank of any kind. It merely describes their role. There's a condition to participate in the Holy Grail War. You must summon a familiar called a servant and form a contract with them. Regardless of your skills as a mage, you are not recognized as a master unless you command a servant. There's a clear difference between servants and normal familiars. The way you summon and use them are different. Mages who plan to fight in the Holy Grail War prepare summoning catalysts, but I wish Father had left me something with a connection to a saber. I don't donate any relics with a connection to a servant. I can summon one, yes. In fact, I could do it right now if I wanted to, as well as form a contract. This town's ley lines are under the jurisdiction of the Tosaka. I'm there to a clan that's administered the land for generations, so my performance will not take a back seat to some visiting mage. Although, while that is true, it'd be awfully incompetent of me to embark on a figurative voyage without a compass. Servants are drawn to symbols. To summon a powerful servant, one needs a symbol with a connection to that servant. In other words, I'd need some outrageously valuable item like a sword or piece of armor that servant owned. Maybe a bone or heraldry related to them. I had such big hopes for Father's will. No, he still did leave me a serious trump card. The pendant I discovered in the basement last night is an ancient artifact of the highest quality. It's amazing all on its own. Still, it won't help me summon a servant. Fine. I don't need to rely on something like that to figure this out. To begin with, I doubt there's any masters more qualified to handle Saber than I am. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'd rather not get another earful, and waiting until the last minute doesn't sit right with me. Now the real challenge begins. Tonight, I'm going to summon a servant while I'm in peak condition and acquire Saber by force. So saber, not a saber. Saber, like a proper noun, saber? Okay. Late night. The clock reads almost 2 a.m. This is the period where everything lines up. My condition peaks at 2 a.m. sharp. In terms of limits, this will be my first and last chance, so I can't afford even the slightest mistake. Withdrawal within elimination. Engrave 4 circles of withdrawal and surround them with a summoning circle. There. I inscribe magic circles into the floor of the basement. Actually, it doesn't take a major evocation to call forth a servant. Servants are invited by the Holy Grail. Masters anchor them to the world and supply the magical energy to materialize them. But the servants are the ones who choose to respond to the summons. A saber and saber, both valid statements. I suppose so. Oh, okay. For the elements, silver and iron. For the foundation, stone and the Archduke of Pacts. For the ancestor, my great master, Schwenrog. Raise a wall for the wind that shall fail. Close the gates of the 4 directions. Come forth from the crown and follow the forked road leading to the kingdom. Still, I need to keep cautious and focus. Magic circles are normally drawn with blood, but tonight I draw mine with melted jewels. I'm using up half of the jewels I've accumulated over my lifetime, so I'll never financially recover from this if it fails. Fill, close, fill, close, fill, close, fill, fills. So I guess, correct if I'm wrong here. So fill here is the actual word being stated, and is and close is the translation, right? Because it's specifically like in universe a different language than just the normal speaking language. German, you said? Anyway. Repeat 5 times. But when each is filled, destroy it. It's almost 2 a.m. I finished drawing the summoning circle, passed down through the Tosaka line, and faced it with all my being. No, it's like an invocation. I see, okay, gotcha. Okay, I see. So, incantation, and then what she's doing, physically. Gotcha. Anfang. Set. I flick a formless switch within myself. With a click, I feel my insides turn over to something else. My normal nerves invert and become circuits for conducting magical energy. Rin Tosaka is no longer human. She's just a component in the execution of mystics. I melt from my fingers. Now I'm filled up from my fingers. The mana I'm taking in is so dense, it overwrites my bodily sensations. That's why I'm being destroyed at the same time I'm being filled. Running through my body is the power, mana from the atmosphere. I convert it into a different type of energy through my body's circuits. A mage's body is nothing but circuits. Circuits to connect to the ethereal, to the material. The mystical outcome we produce is what we call CMeeCraft. My body grows hot. It seems like horns are growing from my forehead. It seems like wings are sprouting from my back. It seems like scales are covering my hands. It feels like there's water pooling around my ankles. Sweat drips. Stabs, swords pierce my body. These are the stigmata that reject my body, which becomes a circuit. No matter how gifted a mage is, we're only human. In a human body, the pain is something we must live with whenever we use MageCraft. The cycle doesn't let up. Beyond the agony, deep within the trance lies the mental state necessary for connection. Pain wriggles in my left arm. To aid the caster of my magic crest, autonomously it begins an incantation, invading my nervous system. The mana in the atmosphere have taken in turns to blood. It's like molten lead. While my activated magic crest resembles thorny nerves. The crunching sensation creeps throughout my body like a thorny centipede. Within the heart, I forget myself. At the same time, I can feel it taking hold of me. I've reached where I need to go. My hypersensitive hearing picks up the ticking clock in the parlor. 10 seconds left until 2 a.m. power filling my body is unquestionably complete. Heed my words. Time to begin. I convert the mana I've collected into magical energy for fixation. All that's left is to feed all that energy into the engine, a summoning circle, until my body runs dry. Heed my words. My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and obey my will and reason, then answer me. Whoa. My vision goes dark. What lies before me now is the fifth factor, said to be imperceptible to the naked eye. My vision shuts off on its own, fearing what it might see. I hereby swear, I shall be all the good in the world. I shall defeat all evil in the world. 7 heavens clad in the 3 great words of power. Come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales. That went off without a hitch. It feels so perfect. It's like I'm reeling in a whale with a fishing rod. Flawless! I'm positive I just drew the strongest card. Can't wait for my vision to return. It'll take a few more seconds, but when it does, I'm sure the strongest servant will. Is there supposed to be something here? Be nowhere in sight. Nothing's there. The room doesn't look different at all. I spun that much ether to this ritual, only for absolutely nothing to materialize. On top of that, I think I just heard something explode in the parlor. Why? I bolt. My head's empty at this point. I just run. I race up the stairs from the basement. Door's broken? The door to the parlor is askew off its hinges. There isn't any point in turning the doorknob, since it won't open whether I push or pull. Damn it, move, you stupid thing! I kick it down and burst into the room. And when I enter the parlor, everything becomes clear. Who the heck are you? Everything is in tatters. Rubble is strewn across everything, as if something has fallen through the ceiling. On top of it all sits a man, cocking his head arrogantly. Oh no, he's hot. He must be some kind of criminal? But something graver draws my attention. The grandfather clock, having escaped destruction, tells the time precisely. Now I remember. Right, of course, the clocks were an hour ahead today, weren't they? Oh, no, wait a minute. They were an hour ahead. You did your ritual at 1 a.m. when your power is at 2, peaks at 2. Oh no. I'm not sure what the implication of that is precisely, but that can't be good. Which means it's 1 a.m. Still a full hour left until I'm in peak spellcasting form. I screwed up again. I can complete tasks as well as anybody else, but suffer from the curse of my genetics. It really counts. I somehow managed to bungle things on an unbelievable level. What's done is done. Just gotta learn from this. I can't believe my own stupidity. Still irritated, I direct my glare at the man lounging haughtily on the rubble. So, what are you? That's the first thing out of your mouth? I seem to have been dealt a truly ridiculous master. The man in the red mantle shakes his head in a show of exasperation. To add insult to injury, he mutters something about drawing the short straw. Oh, now I'm dead certain. This guy has a messed up personality. And is this a servant? I thought familiars were shapeless beings, but this is just a man. No, not just a man. Even from here I can tell that it's brimming with a shocking amount of magical energy. Don't be fooled by its appearance. I'm staring at something that's undoubtedly more than human. It's a human-shaped ghost that's on the level of an elemental. Yeah, OST is good on this. I think I've actually listened to some like Fate series playlists for music before. It's pretty good stuff, even in isolation. There's no time to be dumbstruck. That thing belongs to me. I need to get my head in the game. Just checking, but you are my servant, right? That's what I wanted to ask. Are you even my master? I've been summoned so violently before, and honestly, I've never been summoned so violently before, and honestly, I'm still struggling to get my bearings. It's my first time too. I'm not answering questions like that. I see. But you weren't here when I was summoned. Care to explain why? Are you serious? You're no baby bird. Don't joke that you can't decide who to serve if they aren't there when you open your eyes. The unidentified servant frowns and a grunt escapes his lips. Maybe he didn't like the way I said it, though he has a mixed reaction as if still impressed by the logic in my words. Whatever. What I'm asking is if you're my servant and no one else's. I don't have to answer any of your questions till we make that clear. This is what I get after a failed summoning, huh? I believe there's something else you should be saying. There isn't. In a master-familiar relationship, this is the first detail we need to hash out. Servant's eyebrow twitches. He isn't even bothering to hide his dissatisfaction with me. Not if it's because of the half-baked summoning. Huh. You want to clarify who serves whom? At least you know how to run your mouth, even if you've failed at everything else. Sure, I agree with that opinion. We ought to make clear who's strong and who's weak, or else it'll make this dynamic difficult. The servant eyes me meaningfully, not menacingly, meaningfully, still relaxing on the rubble of my living room. Who's weak? Yeah, I'm a servant, and I'll acknowledge that I serve my summoner. But that's only how it is on paper, wouldn't you say? We still need to establish who is superior and whether you're worthy to fight alongside. On that point, you a mage? Are you a mage worthy of my service, little girl? The servant smirks. First he destroys my house and acts like he's king of the castle. Now he has the nerve to ask whether I'm worthy. I didn't ask for your opinion. I only asked if you're my servant or not. I repeat myself, stealing my gaze. I'm not going to back down from this condescending jerk. Oh, I see. You won't even deign to answer such an obvious question. At least you've got spirits. You can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? Like I said, you're getting ahead of yourself. It's the summoner's duty to confirm this first. Now answer me, are you my servant or not? I step forward aggressively, ready to pounce depending on his answer. Such a stubborn girl. We'll get nowhere at this rate. Very well. For discussion's sake, let's assume that I am your servant. In that case, are you my master? Hypothetically speaking, of course. Obviously you're the servant. I summoned you, so who else would it be? I glare at this rude man, giving my seething head a moment to cool down. Oh. Well, I suppose I would be. Hypothetically. Then where's the proof that you're my master? The servant blithely asks, smirking all the while. He's clearly trying to goad me with these questions into losing my temper. Right here, this proves that I'm your master. I show him the command spells on my right hand. Don't think I was born yesterday. Father's told me enough that I know what command spells are, at least. Good enough for you yet? Any other complaints? I thrust the symbols at him in challenge. But the lounging servant rolls his eyes. Are you serious right now, girl? His face darkens, looking even more disgruntled. What do you mean? I'm talking about the way you think. Command spells automatically make you my master. They're merely tools to compel a servant. I can't believe you think flaunting some symbols is enough to play master. What I want to see is whether you deserve my loyal service. That makes sense, but normally you think of a command spells if someone asks for proof you're a master, right? What, do you think I'm unqualified to be your master? I wish that were the case, but unfortunately, your command spells show that you summoned me. As hard as it is to believe, you appear to be my master. He shrugs in mock exhaustion. What was that? Uh-oh. I've reached a boiling point. I'm not going to cool down in time. I'm hardly satisfied, but I'll concede the point. For now, you're my master, but I have conditions. I'm not going to do what you say. I'll decide the direction of battle, and you'll act as I see fit. I don't think that's how this dynamic's supposed to work. This is the greatest concession I can give you. I'm sure you don't mind, girl. Sorry, Father. I'm at my limits. Okay, you're saying you'll recognize me, even though you don't like it, but you'll ignore my opinions? Aren't you supposed to be my servant? I ask in a trembling voice. After our spat over the command spells, this is my last desperate attempt at dialogue. And yet... Yes, technically. Therefore, I will obey you, in theory. But I'm the one who will be fighting. You can just hide underground in your house and behave until the Holy Grail War is over. That way, even a novice like you will survive. He's looking down on me, knowing that he expects nothing from me. Did I make you angry? Of course. I respect your position. I was summoned to bring my master victory, after all. My victories will belong to you, as will any spoils of war. You hardly have anything to complain about. You can't even use those command spells. Just leave the rest to me, and worry about your own skin. I've had it with you! Fine, if that's how it's going to be, I'll use them. Afang, set. No more mercy. I've got nothing else left for a jackass like this. What? Don't tell me. It's exactly what you're thinking, you dirtbag. Vertag, I hereby invoke my command spell. Ein nur Nagel, ein nus Gesses, in accordance with the laws of the Holy Grail. Ein nus Verbeschen, bind my servant in absolute obedience. Wait! Have you lost your mind, Master? Who would waste a command spell on something like this? Shut up! You're my servant, get it? That means you absolutely have to do what I say! The emblem on my right hand aches. 3 command spells. They allow a master to issue 3 unbreakable commands to their servants. Did you even think this through? If you use a command spell in such a vague order. It's too late to whine now. I didn't expect this to happen either. I want to die of self-loathing. Can't believe I just burned one of my precious command spells on a petty squabble. After that, I retreated from the ruins of the parlor and went to my bedroom. Before me stands a servant whom my command spells compelled absolute obedience from. Supposedly, anyway. I see. I more or less have you figured out, Master. Who would call this absolute obedience? Just to be clear, do you understand how critical the command spells are, Master? Sure I do! They let me order my servant around 3 times. What about it? Listen, command spells let you force a servant into action. You can use them not only to stop actions, but also strengthen actions. For example, normally I can't come to you instantly from a distant location. But if you order me to with your command spell, it's possible as long as it's something that is attainable with our magical energies. That's what the power of forced compliance means. Not even we servants can resist. Your command spells are 3 crystallizations of grand magecrafts that can make us overcome our bodily limits. Though you're down to 2 now. I know that. So what? I still have 2 more, and it sounds like the first order was wasted on you. You're right. I did miscalculate. The more vague an order is, the more the power of a command spell diminishes. They're weaker on long-lasting, broad commands like protect me until the end or win this war for me. The compulsion will be sustained, but there will be servants who can resist the minor pain of disobedience. On the other hand, single commands like unleash your next attack at all costs or do not break that glass are absolute, and even powerful servants will find it difficult to defy them. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Master? Yes, you're saying that vague commands are pointless. If the effect and restriction are both weak, then servants can act against their command spells. It's better to use them in a simple, straightforward order rather than something abstract. So basically we're at a sort of disadvantage now? It would seem that way, yes. That's correct. A command spell is meant to cause miracles beyond our own means. It's unforgivably foolish to spend them on a task that can be executed by other means. That goes doubly for the way you used it earlier. You could have verbally persuaded me to obey you, and even 100 command spells would have failed to enforce absolute obedience. So you're saying it was all for nothing? Normally that would be the case. But it appears that you are an outstandingly talented mage. Is he shocked or happy? My servant's lips twitch upward, even as he sighs. By outstanding, you mean... Hang on, tell me honestly, what your condition is like right now. The implication dawns on me, and I ask him eagerly. That was my miscalculation. Your command should have resulted in a change of heart that would make me want to respect your opinions slightly more. But I can feel a strong compulsion from your every word. If I voice an objection, let me think. It's as if my defiance would weaken me. In other words, my body will grow heavy, making it difficult to move if I defy my master's will. My servant shrugs in resignation. So he's saying that my command spell wasn't a waste, but an actual benefit? He's still being as sarcastic as ever, so it doesn't seem to have had any effect. Besides, even if he's weakened, I doubt even 10 of me could resist if he decided to rebel against me. Allow me to retract my previous statement, Master. You may be young, but you are a superior mage. It was my mistake for underestimating you as a child and trying to keep you out of the fight. I apologize for my rudeness. The servant straightens his posture and gives me a formal bow. Wait. Hold on. I know we said a lot of things to each other, but it's not like we need to make up after. Is that so? Good. I'm glad you're so understanding. Awfully quick on the uptake, aren't you? Indeed. I indeed miscalculated. But this must be what they call a happy accident. I have no qualms bringing a mage of your talents into the war. Huh? Is this a roundabout way of saying I'm a strong master? So you recognize me as your master even without the command spells? Of course. I'm still getting my bearings after the summoning earlier, but we're now completely connected. As a mage, you should be able to feel the bond of our pact. Our pact? Now that he mentions it, something does feel weird about my body. It's as if my closed-off nerves are now connected to the outside. Specifically, I can feel a portion of my magical energy flowing to the man before me. Oh. The Holy Grail calls its servants, but masters keep them in the world. Yes, that's your power as a master. You supply your servant with magical energy so that they can remain in the world. And my supply is adequate. I've concerns that you're inexperienced, but your powers make up for it. A common mage would probably faint the second they summon a servant, yet you're standing here full of life. Considering the command spell used earlier, your energy capacity unquestionably makes you a master of the finest caliber. Flattery won't get you anywhere. I break eye contact out of embarrassment. Well, I didn't see this coming. I know the command cell is making him obey me, but still, this superhuman servant is sincerely acknowledging me as his master? So, which servant are you? Clear my head and return to business. You can't tell by looking? Very well then. I take it all back. He's definitely making fun of me. Fine, then I'm asking you as your master. Hey, aren't you a saber? Unfortunately, I'm not equipped with a sword. I suspected as much. When all said and done, I got the time wrong. The summoning circle didn't do its job, and my servant was spat out into some random room. It was far too sloppy of a ritual to summon the strongest servant, Saber. I really botched it this time. I'll never live down failing to pull Saber after summoning that many gems. Oh, sorry, I'm not Saber. Well, sure, it's a painful mistake, but I'm the only one who screwed up. Yes, I bet you think Archer isn't a very attractive class. Alright, I'll make you eat those words when the time comes. I won't be taking any apologies. What? Yeah, archery can be good. I mean, if we're looking at, like, old style, like, medieval battles and whatnot, you would see an but bow is way more useful in the battlefield than swords, typically. In full-on wars, the melee weapon of choice, I believe, at least for a large portion of it, was the pike. Really good in formation, easier to train people how to use. Anyway, reach advantage. What a surprise. The unidentified servant seems to be sulking. Maybe my fixation on Saber offended him? That strike a nerve, Archer? It did. Just you watch. I'll show you how lucky you are to have me. Archer retorts with a sidelong glance. He has a really spiteful air about him, but that reaction felt somehow childish and free of malice. You know, you might be a pretty decent guy. Okay, make sure I get what I said, Archer. I'll apologize from the bottom of my heart, if so. You'd better remember that, Master. You'll be grateful once you learn how capable I am. Of course, an apology might not satisfy me at that point. Archer huffs, even as his lips twist into a grin. Oh yeah, this one's got a rotten personality, alright. Fine. Anyway, you're Heroic's spirit, so where's your legend originally from? A few weird ones? Okay, so I guess probably most of them would be based off weapons then, right? What are we gonna have? So you have Archer, I guess Sabers out there somewhere. Most powerful, allegedly. You could have Pike, you could have Poleaxe, Glaive. You could have... Oh, what's the, like, Japanese thing? The Naginata, I think? Is there gun? Just straight up gun? Boomerang. I want to see Boomerang. Can we get a Boomerang out here? Okay. Fine. Anyway, you're a heroic spirit, so yeah, where's your legend from? Archer doesn't answer. His sardonic expression is replaced by a deepening frown. Archer, your master just asked you a question. It's a secret. What? I can't tell you where I'm from. Because... Hey, I'll get mad if you give me a lame excuse. Well... There's that face again. Archer opens and closes his mouth as if he's having trouble voicing an uncomfortable truth. Because I don't know. Wait, what? Huh? Are you making fun of me again? I don't mean to insult you. But it must be because of the imperfect summoning. My memories are jumbled. I know who I am, but my name and origins are a haze. Still, it isn't valuable information, so there's no need for concern. Of course I'm concerned. If I don't know which heroic spirit you are, then how am I supposed to know how strong you are? And what's the problem? That's a trivial question. There you go again. How am I supposed to form a strategy if I can't tell how strong my partner is? I can't fight a war like this. What do you mean? I'm the servant that you summoned. Naturally, that makes me the strongest. He's so straightforward. The Crimson Knight fixes me with a gaze full of confidence and trust. What? My brain grinds to a halt. There's no deception in Archer's words. He's sincere, giving me more credit than I deserve, even though we've just met. My cheeks are burning. I'm sure I'm blushing bright red right now. Surprise attacks like this tend to be my weakness. Fine then. At least nobody else knows who you are. So you have to fool your allies to fool your enemies. I turn away from Archer to hide my embarrassment. I'm sure I'll figure it out in due time, what sort of servant he is. Anyway, for now we have other priorities. Okay, I won't ask out your identity for the time being. Then, Archer, here's your first job. Jumping straight to it, are we? Guess you're an aggressive type. Where's the... Before I can say enemy, I toss a broom and dustpan at him. Go clean up the mess you made downstairs. A few seconds pass in stunned silence. When Archer finally regains his senses, he grips the broom indignantly. Absolute obedience, let's not forget. Wait, what exactly do you think a servant is? Servant, yeah. Not familiar, right? A little uppity and hard to deal with, though. Archer cuts himself off. I have no intention of letting him off, and if he tries to weasel out of it, I still have a card to play. I object. I refuse to. Are you sure? This is a direct order from your master. I thought you said you'd feel weighed down if you went against me. Yeah, got him indeed. Ugh. It's too bad if that's too much for you to handle, but the penalty will continue until the parlor's clean, you know. Won't that pose a risk to you when we start fighting tomorrow? He stands there for several more seconds with broom in hand, grumbling under his breath. And so the archer in the red mantle closes his eyes. Understood. Go to hell, master. And gracefully accepts my order. Now then, it's getting late, so I should rest. I can decide how to deal with him once I wake up. A fateful day draws to a close. No, rather my fate was shaped by this night. That makes 6, including me. Once the 7th and final master summons their servant, the Holy Grail War of this generation will begin. In the not-so-distant future. The battle I've been waiting 10 long years for is about to commence. All right. Still January 30th. No, it's February 1st now. Nice. Well, it was 1 a.m. previously. I guess technically it was February 1st then. The Holy Grail War. It's a grand ritual that's been repeated for hundreds of years. A fight to the death between 7 participants, of which only 1 can survive. It's said that a Holy Grail exists in the land of Fuyuki, and that a number of mages fought over it in the past. Their one and only objective was to obtain the relic called the Holy Grail. However, the Grail's origins are unclear. We're sure it isn't the chalice that held the blood of God, but its power is fearsome enough to be compared to the genuine article. That's right. They say the Holy Grail can grant any wish. Only 1 person can possess it. The Holy Grail can only grant 1 wish for 1 person. Despite that, 7 mages are needed to summon the Grail to this land. 7 collaborators to create 1 miracle. So, as you might imagine, it was only a matter of time before they started fighting over the Grail. Like so many conflicts, it started as a competition over property rights. The 7 mages equally used the power of the Holy Grail to summon their respective familiars, then do battle over the Grail itself. Only 1 mage can obtain the Grail. As a result, 7 people who started as colleagues end up in a ferocious battle to the death. That's the gist of the ritual known as the Holy Grail War, a struggle for ownership between mages. The mages chosen by the Holy Grail are called Masters, who use the blessing of the Grail to acquire powerful familiars known as servants. Oh. Okay. I should remember that, I guess. 2 things serve as proof that one has become a master. The summoning and command of servant, and the mark of command spells to compel the servant's servitude. The first goes without saying. The archer I summoned yesterday, no, a few hours ago to be exact, is Rin Tosaka's servant. As for the second, the master must closely guard the command cells that control one's servants, and not, use them frivolously to win an argument. This is probably the most critical aspect of being a master. When I summoned Archer, symbols appeared on my right hand, namely command spells. Stigmata bestowed by the Holy Grail upon the summoning of a servant that marks one's new status as a master. A massive amount of magical energy is compressed into these seals whose power is fleeting rather than long-lasting. They disappear once they're used, and as their shape suggests, each mark represents a single use. In other words, one only gets the 3 shots. The master who's used up all 3 command spells can no longer control a servant, and is as good as dead. Okay, so you have 3, but I guess practically you've got 2 in that case, if using the 3rd one is so terrible. But then if using the 3rd one is so terrible, then if you have 2, you really can't use the 2nd one. So really, you've got 1. It's one of those things. You will be executed on a day, but you don't know which. But it will be a surprise. Therefore, command spells must be handled with care until the very end, since they're as valuable as one's own life. It pains me to no end that I burned one right off the bat. But it wasn't a total waste, so I'll chalk it up as a win. After all, a servant could turn on its master at any time. What? That's no good. If one command spell is what it takes to put a collar on him, then I consider it a fair trade. Okay, so we don't need to worry about betrayal, at least, in theory. That's about it for the broader strokes of this business. Once 7 servants have been summoned, the Holy Grail War will begin. Tonight's sleep will be a fitful one. So I wonder, with regards to the servants, so are there 7 servants, and they all get summoned for each one? Or is there like a great pool greater than 7 that like 7 then get sort of randomly drawn from? Or, well, I'm not sure if it would be random drawing, but you get the gist. I don't know when the final master will appear, but it could be right around the corner. Is it morning already? I feel sluggish. My bleary gaze goes up to the window, only to see it's already bright outside. It's after 9. This doesn't even count as being tardy. It's just flat out truants. After a drowsy check of the clock, I make up my mind to skip school today. Body's heavy. Feels like that business mostly drained me. Sitting up in bed, I heave a long sigh. Not being a morning person isn't enough to explain why I feel so dull. I mean, technically, if your peak efficiency is at 2 a.m., that's technically the morning. Imagine if you have to do all your best work at 2 a.m. That would be frustrating. I think Archer mentioned something about it. A master would be out of commission after summoning his servants. That's right. I summoned Archer, not Saber. I remember it all clearly now. I'd rather not, to be honest, but it's not as if denying the facts will let me do it over. This Saber fella is really being built up quite a bit. I guess surely one of our competitors is going to have Saber, right? So that's how this is gonna turn out. And presumably there'll be a tough one to overcome, I imagine. I'll take a day or so to recover my power. I just treat today like a break-in period. I drag myself out of bed. A mental boxing match rages between the outside air, which is quite warm for winter, and the comfort of my bed sheets. It concludes in a 3-second knockout against the temptation of going back to sleep. I check my body in the mirror. Nothing out of place, aside from the loss of half my usual magical energy. Not that it's a problem. I review the situation. I summon the servant Archer, who doesn't have an ounce of respect for his master. To make matters worse, he doesn't even know who he is. Wow, talk about a headache. I guess that means his trump card is off the table until his memories come back. Can't expect him to use a power he doesn't even remember. Servants are strong familiars all on their own, but what makes them truly formidable is the secret weapon they each possess. Frustratingly, Archer claims to have forgotten what his is. It's my fault he's in this state, so I just have to make it work. We're both in the same boat, then. I pray that he sorts his memories out, but who knows how long that might take. Good grief. I've really got my work cut out for. Whoa! I might have to reevaluate my opinion of him. The parlor is completely back to normal. I thought he'd maybe just clear away the detritus, but the room is so spotless I can't help but be impressed. I must have felt bad for wrecking the place. I doubt he would have gone to the trouble otherwise. I guess I ought to commend him for being a more decent guy than I. Still taking your sweet time, I see. Need I remind you that we're wasting daylight? But the war hasn't started yet. We're still waiting for the 7th servant to be summoned, no? I retract my statements. Isn't a remorseful bone in his body. Good morning. You seem to have made yourself right at home. I did spend the night after all. Oh, I took the occasion to tidy up the kitchen. I expected it to be inadequate, but it's rather thoughtfully furnished. Quite well kept for a girl living alone in a mansion. How do you know that I'm living alone? I guess other than the fact that, like, nobody's here. Other than us. I guess that's kind of a dead giveaway, isn't it? I have a headache. I'd have to put up with a servant judging my interior decoration. That servant's all cared only about fighting. Are we sure this guy's a defective? I see you aren't in your best condition. You were so feisty last night, but the fatigue must have caught up with you. I'll pour you some tea. Black is fine. Act like he owns the place. Without missing a beat, Archer produces a teacup and fills it with the expensive reddish tea he's been brewing. There's a lot I want to say right now, but oddly enough, I can't work up the indignation too. The way he does it all is so refined. I gotta admit, he might be rather cultured. Fine, I am pretty exhausted, so I'll have some. I sit down on the chair. The teacup is placed soundlessly in front of me. I take a sip. Oh, it's delicious. I expected as much since it's my favorite Chinese tea, a spring harvest hongcha. I'd be upset if it didn't taste good. On that note, I'd normally be upset if someone used my favorite tea leaves without asking. It makes me mad, but the tea was brewed so exquisitely that the pleasure it brings overcomes my anger. Hey, what's so funny? Well, I was going to ask how you like it, but your face tells me enough. I set the teacup down with a forceful thud. Oh, what a waste. You should enjoy it while it's still hot. I can't leave it if I'm spoiling... Or I can leave if I'm spoiling the mood. No need. Thanks for the tea. I didn't become a master to be a tea snob. I didn't ask you to do that either. I see. I agree. I didn't make a contract with you to be your tea brewer. I'll show more restraint in the future, if that's what you want. Yeah. You're only here to be a combat familiar. I've never heard of a servant that does household chores, and nor do I particularly need one. What do you mean by particularly? Interpret that however you want. More importantly, do you remember who you are yet? Archer shakes his head in the negative. That doesn't bode well. If you can't remember after a single night, those memories probably won't return easily. There's some measures I can try today, but... Alright, I'll think of some solutions for your memory issue. For now, get ready to head out, Archer. You probably don't know the lay of the land yet, do you? I'll give you a tour of the city. Get ready? There's no need for that, surely. If we're leaving, we should go right now. Do you plan to walk around town in that outfit? Anyone can see that you aren't a normal person. And if another master spots you, they'll know you're a servant right away. I depend on announcing our presence to the world. Ah, so that's your concern. There's no problem. Well, I need to change clothes to blend in. That's only while I'm materialized. Servants are fundamentally spiritual beings. When we're out of combat, I can take an incorporeal state to reduce the burden on my master. Oh, okay. That's what makes you a heroic spirit. You need your master's magical energy to form a body, so if I cut that supply... we naturally return to spirit form. In this state, servants are more like guardian angels. We can only be observed by masters connected to a ley line. Of course, we're still capable of conversation or reconnaissance. Wow, that's handy. That would make it really hard for other masters to locate you. I wonder if the other servants can see him, though. Yes, but just as mages can sense other mages, servants can sense other servants. There you go. There you go. A servant who is skilled in magecraft may even be able to locate other servants from afar. Archer has it in one. Masters are supposed to be capable of mages, and the more magical energy the mage has, the better they are at detecting traces of magical energy. As far as I know, however, there isn't anyone else around with that degree of power. So how did you? Can you tell where the other servants are? Master, have you forgotten which class I am? Do you expect the knight to be able to scry faraway enemies? He has a point. Archer's magical energy isn't on that level. It's like that only the magically powerful caster is capable of easily locating distant foes. Fine, then follow me, Archer. I'll show you the world you've been summoned to. I doubt it'll be particularly new to me. I guess that depends. When was the last time you were summoned? Moreover, Master, haven't you forgotten something important? Huh? Something important? My goodness, you really are at the top of your game. We still haven't exchanged the most critical point of our contract. Most critical points? Is he demanding equivalent exchange? No, that can't be it. Chance to take part in the Holy Grail War is already reward enough for a servant. There shouldn't be anything else left to trade. Wow, you really aren't a morning person. Archer sounds exasperated. His oh so sardonic manner of speech finally gives me an idea. Come to think of it, he's never once called me by my name. Oh, crap, my name. Finally caught up, are we? I suppose it isn't too late. So, Master, what is your name? What shall I call you? Archer sounds sulky. Oh man, he really is a decent person. I'm sure of it now. After all, there's nation. He'll probably just call me something impersonal like Master or Hey You, which works out fine for me. Except... Archer chews on Rin Tosaka for a moment. Then Rin. Yes. The sound of that suits you very well. He says something really forward. What's wrong, Rin? You look unwell. Shut up, we're leaving, Archer. This is no time to be sitting around. I turn on my heel and storm away, huffing. Wait, is our perspective of the Tsundere? It would seem to be the case that we are the Tsundere. This is so infuriating. I'm not even sure why. Damn that Archer. Did he just say that to mess with me? Bet he'd do it. Definitely sounds like something he'd do. Now, is this... Because I heard in the voice act... So, obviously, Rin is her, like, first name, personal name. And then the other is her family name. I heard in the voice acting he was calling her Rin and not by her family name. I assume that's what this kerfuffle here is about. Like, what? How dare he try to be so familiar? Because, you know, Asian cultures is more... Because there's like a whole thing there of like only particularly familiar people with you use your first name, which is said second typically in the actual conversation. Anyways. Yeah, I'm sure that's sense. Must be all part of his plan to get me all flustered. I'd better be careful. Gotta work with this wise guy from here on out. I take Archer outside. Fugi City, my hometown, is broadly divided into two halves. There's Miyama, which is left over from the village the city grew out of, and Shinto, the developing modern region across the river. My house is in Miyama, the old part. Miyama is itself split into two areas. The European-style neighborhoods, originally inhabited by immigrants from abroad, and the old Japanese-style houses set against a mountainous backdrop. Both areas are situated on hilltops along the outskirts of town. The street dividing the two residential areas is fairly normal by comparison. How normal, you ask? This normal. Yeah, it looks pretty normal. Like, I feel like I could load into GeoGuessr on this very spot. This is the crossroads of Miyama. On one side lies the road going up the hill to the European neighborhoods where I live. Opposite it is the road to the Japanese houses, and between them is the path leading to Shinto. And I will say, speaking of GeoGuessr, I haven't played GeoGuessr in a while. I don't think I've really like ever particularly played it for like the channel or anything, but I used to play it a bit recreationally. It is like insane the like meta that's developed these days. Like back in my day, you logged into the GeoGuessr and looking around, you're like, oh, that sign kind of looks Portuguese. Oh, there's the Danish flag. Oh, these road markings look vaguely European. Now people are loading and they're like, oh, well, actually this specific model of Google car they only used to map out Kenya, so therefore we must be somewhere there. Or, you know, they'll look at like the sky and be like, well, if you calculate... If we know that east is this, if we know that these compass directions, and you can see where the sun is, we can actually calculate based off of the position of the sun in the sky, the specific season and longitude, or no, latitude is what you'd be calculating this way, and the latitude specifically of where we're at that way. Like it's insane what people are doing these days with it. And I don't know, it almost feels wrong, like it's cheating or something. But I guess that's just, you use all the information available to you. Where's my school and the shopping area are, as well as Ryudo Temple and the mountains? I see a single leaf on a tree and deduce the specific states they're in, or streets they're on. Yeah. They come to the bridge connecting Shinto and Miyama. Years ago, a big train station went up in Shinto, bringing with it frenzied urbanization. They may belong to the same municipality, but Miyama and Shinto couldn't be more different. The name Fuyuki, written with the kanji for winter tree, is supposedly inspired by the long winters here. Which, by the by, are pretty long. Despite that, temperatures are warm. February here is only about as cold as the very start of winter elsewhere. I bet if you randomly started digging, you'd turn up a hot spring or two. Though, of course, our temperate weather disqualifies this town as a hot spring resort location. We've got an odd climate where the mild winters suddenly turn to springtime bloom come April. This is what Shinto looks like. A number of tall buildings have been erected as if in a hurry, giving the hastily developed city a distinctly artificial feel. I just realized this is like a completely justified in-universe sort of info dump of the surrounding area, because she's literally, like, in the story what's happening right now, she's actually giving her servant a tour of the local area. So, which is of course justified because this will be, I suppose, our battlefield in time. In due time. It all happened last decade or so, too. 10 years ago, there was a large fire that wiped out a residential area. Someone built a bunch of glass and metal buildings on the depopulated land. Yeah, those aren't gonna burn down. Oh, hopefully not. And here is the center of it all. This is Shinto's park. What are your thoughts now that we've been to all the key spots? Ask Archer, who's next to me. Of course he's invisible. It's a big park. Is there a reason why nobody's here? Feels that way, doesn't it? There's a story behind it, actually. Look out over the park. You'd think that a wide open space like this would have children playing in it even on a weekend day. But instead, there are only a handful of people. The place feels dull and lifeless. It was 10 years ago. Apparently there was a big fire that burned for an entire day. It only went out once it rained. Although the town was rebuilt, the place stayed basically the same. The burnt meadow eventually got turned into a park. Okay. So it is like haunted? Archer says nothing. But I can tell he sensed something odd even if I can't see him. Noticed, have you? That's right. This was the last battle of the previous Holy Grail War was fought. It all ended here. Oh, is that what caused the fire? I see. So that's why there are so many grudges here. Huh? You can tell? Servants are spirits first. Our very existence is similar to grudges or obsessions. That makes us sensitive to lingering emotions such as these. There are other areas around town that felt dense with such a feeling, but this is on a different level. From our point of view, it's almost like a reality marble. Tosaka mutters under her breath. Archer's inflectionless voice mentions an unusual bit of magical jargon. Innate bounded fields. Mages call them reality marbles. Reality marbles are considered one of the apexes of MageCraft. They're said to be infinitely close to true magic. For the last few centuries, bounded fields have served as mages' defensive barriers. To put it simply, they're like a home security system with real teeth. Bounded fields are conveniently erected on a piece of land or a building to guard against outside threats. They're merely an alteration of an area that already exists. Reality marbles, however, are something else entirely. You can think of them as a space that consumes reality itself. When a mage materializes their imaginary world, a representation of their mind, and overwrites the real world with it, we call the resulting field a reality marble. It's a large area, MageCraft, that twists and rebuilds the world according to a mage's wishes. Rin, is something on your mind? No, I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect to hear the words reality marble from an archer. Is it so strange that I'd know it? Well, yeah, to mages, reality marbles are a taboo among taboos. Some of the most esoteric arts out there. It doesn't make sense that an archer would know what they are. I shoot a quizzical gaze at his general direction. In reply, I feel an incorporeal sigh. Rin, the word hero implies someone familiar with both martial and magical arts. You're free to assume that your archer only knows how to use a bow, but I hope you don't hold the same illusions as the other servants. Oof. That does make sense when he puts it like that. Okay, I get it. I didn't think that through, and I'll be more careful next time. That good enough for you? Rin, let me be blunt. You're certainly talented, but that makes you tend to underestimate other people. You should break that habit before you become an adult. You really don't know to stop, you know that? Break my habit? Talking about my life like an unruly racehorse. Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to suggest you're a horse, but it did feel like an appropriate choice of words. Wait! How did he know I was thinking that he was calling me a horse? Can he read my mind too? That's just as bad. Ow! Maybe I'm just that obvious. Oh, okay, sorry. I was hearing like some wind. I think it's in the game. My right hand suddenly flares with pain. Quiet down for a second, Archer. The command spells on my right hand hurt. They're throbbing almost like a dull alarm warning their owner. Someone's watching us. I scan my surroundings. I mentally weave a detection web and cast it out over the park. I can't find them. Any luck, Archer? It doesn't look like it. I can't even sense them spying on us. Which means it's a master. I don't know who it is, but if Archer can't tell, it must be a master. I don't have all 7 yet, but the fighting could still start at any time. Maybe whoever's watching me is up for an early skirmish. Command spells react to other command spells. If we're dealing with a master, then you should be able to identify them if we come across them. Would they be able to do the same to you? Yeah, but advanced spellcasters can hide their energy signatures. Arcane spells may react to each other, but it still takes magical energy to activate them. As long as the master keeps their magic circuits shut, it'll be hard to find them. That's troubling. Does that mean we're broadcasting our position? Pretty much. If I looked around at home, I'm sure I could dig up a way to mask my power, but... You don't need to? Yep, they'll just come to us first, right? Saves us the trouble of looking. It's a bit cocky, but okay. Archer doesn't respond. Maybe he's irritated with me? What, are you going to tell me not to get cocky? Well, yes. Ask a little defensive, thinking of our earlier exchanges. Archer mentally brushes the question aside. You're at your best when you're like this. Yes, let the small fry come to us. I can feel the smirk in his tone. I'm not saying I like what he said, but it is enough of an olive branch, I suppose. We start walking around town again. I spend the day taking him to all the important places and even drop by some less significant spots that might be useful to know. After dinner, I make our final stop. It's now after 7 in the evening. This is a good chance to show him the best vantage point in the city. The wind howls. We're at the top of the tallest building in Shinto. The commanding view of the city makes for a fitting end to our tour. So, pretty good view, isn't it, Archer? I feel sorry for any future boyfriends. You really know how to run a guy ragged. Huh? What did you just say, Archer? Just an honest thought. It is a good position, though. If you'd taken me here first, it would have spared you the effort of all that walking. Well, it's good to get the bird's eye view, but also the on-the-ground look at all the locations that'll be of importance later. What are you talking about? It's nice, sure, but you need to visit places to really get the lay of the land. This only gives you a bird's eye view of the city. See? Rin and I, we're on the same page. Which is good, because currently, you know, I am her, I guess, technically, in the game. She is my avatar into this world. Not necessarily. You think too little of the archer class. One can't be a good bowman without good eyes. I suppose that's fair. Really? Can you see my house from here, then? Not quite that far. Just to the bridge or so. I count the number of tiles there, at least. Really? That's pretty good eyes. No way, the tiles on the bridge? I didn't expect his vision to be as good as the telescopes I often see on rooftops. Sharp eye doesn't begin to cut it. Okay, so yeah, this could be a very good strategy for us. We just hang out on the top of this roof. I mean, if he can shoot as far as he can see, then, like... I think we might just straight up win this. Just do some camping, do some sniping, and there we go. Holy Grail's ours. I'm surprised. You really are an archer. Just don't fall? What are the odds of that happening? Rin, are you mocking me? Of course not. I just didn't take you for the bow and arrow type. My mistake. What else could he mean by archer? He's not like an adult animated comedy. That's a misconception we'll have to address once we go home. With that, Archer goes quiet for a while. You must like the landscape from up here. He's probably considering the layout of the city. I shouldn't interrupt him while he's thinking. I step away from Archer and approach the edge of the rooftop. All I can see from here are the lights below. Headlights flow through the streets, and I can make out people on the way home from work. I can't tell what kinds of cars they are, or who exactly is walking. I can see them, but not clearly. So I don't like how I could tell someone was watching me earlier, even if I couldn't pinpoint them. At the very least, I know someone's laid their base in Shinto. I went down toward the ground. There are 7 masters in total. I don't know who they are, nor which servants they are with them. At this point, every master is probably gathering intelligence on their rivals. Suddenly I feel someone's eyes on me. There's no reaction from my command spells. I simply sense that someone else is looking at me. Down there? I peer down. People walking on the streets. But one in particular is gazing up at me, as if staring at the moon. I'm not sure exactly who that is. I can't say for certain, yet I know exactly who. Can't believe that guy. What's he doing out this late? Have you found an enemy, Rin? Archer calls out to me. Maybe we can make out my rising hostility. Not really. It's just someone I know. A normal person has nothing to do with us. Was it that guy that was hitting on me earlier? Unable to clamp it down, I irritably snap back at him and step away from the roof's edge. He couldn't have seen me from the ground. I'm sure it was just a coincidence. I haven't given myself away. And yet, my mage side is screaming at me for allowing an eyewitness to catch sight of me. By the time I get back to Miyama, it's 9 p.m. Unlike Shinto, Miyama is mostly residential. After 9, there isn't really anyone outside, and the streets are silent as if it's much later at night. That's it for the tour. Did you get a good look at the city? Yeah, I understand the layout. I'll pick up more details along the way. And we're done for today. I'm still not feeling great, so I'm going home to rest. I start up the hill at a relaxed pace, when I notice someone up ahead. Is that Sakura? Oh. That would not be a good time to run into her. Rin, why are you hiding? Quiet, there's someone I know up ahead. I skipped school today, so I don't want her to see me. Yeah, how are we gonna balance being in the, school with the whole, like, Holy Grail war? That seems like a tough ask. As I answer, I keep an eye on her. Middle of the street, there's a first-year student I know. And a foreigner I don't. They're talking. No, it looks more like he's trying to pick her up, while she'd rather be anywhere else. Are you acquainted with the foreigner? No, I don't know who that is. There are a lot of European houses here, so maybe he's a tourist? Why would a European... Well, I mean, tourists are weird. The tourists will look at anything. But why specifically do you suspect a European would go all the way to Japan to look at European-style houses in Japan? Wouldn't they just look at what they got at home? No, I mean, let's be honest. It would actually be a bit of a tourist thing of, like, the novelty of, like, oh, look, it's the European-style houses in Japan. Isn't that weird and quirky? Even as I finish the sentence, I'm mentally telling myself off for being so soft on that girl. Archer, is he human? Who knows? I can tell he has a human body, so that makes him no servant, at least. Are all mages the same age, or is that something to be revealed later? Or masters on mages? We haven't heard anything specifically. So are you asking, like, are they all going to be high school students? I have no idea. I don't think anything's been stated that would imply that they have to be. So... yeah. And it is describing it as, like... it has been described as, like, it's the war for, like, this generation, so maybe. I don't know. What if there are actually European-style houses in Kobe? There's definitely... I'm pretty certain there's something in Japan, at least, along those lines. Yeah. I don't know if there's like a big like tourist thing of like, come see the European-style houses in Japan. Yeah, he isn't a master either, so it's probably just some lover's tiff. Though even I know that she isn't the sort to get caught up in something like that. They're gone. The girl's going up the hill. The man. This blonde-haired man descends via the streets we came by. You can use this room. Any questions before I go to bed? None in particular. It was wise of you to avoid a premature battle. You should let your strength recover tonight. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Make me that tea again. Once I'm back in my room, the fatigue washes over me. Oh yeah, I need to call Kiri first. That annoying priest left me a message. By now he's probably sent for the backup mage. It isn't my problem, but he is my legal guardian. I owe him a phone call at least. Phone. I punch his number into the telephone. Before long, the fake priest picks up. Kira, it's me. I contracted a servant yesterday, so you can register me as a master now. There's a brief pause. Kira's silence is deafening. I can feel its weight even through the earpiece. Understood. What will you do next? You should stop by. I have something for you from your parents. They asked me to pass it on to you only if you became a master before adulthood. Oh, you're talking at Father's Will? I already decrypted that. I'll drop by the church if I feel like it. Bye. Wait, Rin. Now that you are a master. I hang out before he finishes. And he could have had something useful to say. If I have to listen to Kira's nagging while I'm this tired, I have a feeling my magical energy will drain away instead of recover. Alright, I should be ready. All that's left is to sleep. Once I open my eyes, it'll be a brand new day. 10 years ago. My father fought as a mage in the Holy Grail War and lost. Okay, well, I guess there's your answer. Because if she's... second year of high school, which would, if you go by American terms, be a junior in high school. 10 years ago, she would have been, what, like a 6 or 7-year-old child? Father, I doubt, would have had her at the age of, like, 10 or something. So, not all Grail War participants are teenagers. There you go. Confirmed. Now, in this particular one, who knows, but it's not a requirement, it would seem. Now it's my turn to risk it all for the same prize. February 2nd. And after breakfast, I had my plans for the day. You're going to school. Yes, do you have a problem with that, Archer? It's not a problem, but... Archer looks reluctant, but doesn't protest. After spending a whole day with me, he probably understands now that Rin Chisaka doesn't go back on her word once she's made it. We back? And I guess I should consider myself lucky. Previous days this week, it was just like constantly not like buffering and whatnot on YouTube. Anyways, not necessary. Listen here, Archer. I don't intend to alter my lifestyle just because of this. Besides, masters fight out of public view, don't they? I don't think anyone would try to sneak up on me in front of everyone at school. I mean... like... I get the logic, but simultaneously, we are talking about a life and death contest here. That if you win, you get literally, like, any wish of your desire, and if you lose, you're just straight up dead. So, I mean, if I'm looking at the chart here, in terms of, like, school being useful, because, like, school's useful to graduate and whatnot, to set yourself up to be a decent adult in society. So, either you win the war, or you don't. If you win the war, then you wish for literally anything you want, at which point, somehow I doubt your education level is going to be the deciding factor in how your life turns out. Or you lose and you die, at which point it doesn't really matter what grades you were getting in school. So I don't know, I kind of feel like this would be a reasonable opportunity to just sort of drop out and focus wholly on the Grail War, but yeah, what do I do? What do I know? If that's your choice, then I'll follow along. But at least let me stand guard in spirit form. Surely you don't intend to go there without me. Might draw suspicion, I suppose. Guess that kind of makes sense. Maybe. Guess it depends on how much of this contest is built around, or not built around, but how much is decided by things like secrecy and subterfuge and going unnoticed and flying under the radar and whatnot. Of course not. You'll stay with me whenever I'm outside, not just at school. That's a servant's job, so I'm counting on you. I'm glad to hear it. A knight has a duty to repay his lord's trust. You won't be disappointed. Still, hypothetically speaking, what would you do if the enemy was in a place you thought safe? Are you supposing that there's a master at the school? Yes, well, it's hard for anyone who isn't a student or teacher to enter it. It could spell trouble if a master is already infiltrated. I don't think that's likely. The Josaka are the only functioning mage family left in this town. The other one's gone belly up, so they won't produce any masters. How do you know? Hey, if there's any other mage families in Fuyuki besides the Josaka, you can bet I've looked into them already. He isn't a master as the heir to that family. He can't wield the strike to become one. We can safely ignore them. Who's the he we're talking about? I see, so there is another mage at your school, but they lack the magical energy to be a master. That's right, most of the other masters will be coming from the outside. They wouldn't be at my school. For now, perhaps. But there are exceptions to every rule, Rin. What will you do if you encounter an unknown mage at school? I'm telling you, it won't happen. Mages are sensitive to each other. I've spent a whole year at that campus, so I'd be able to sense any mage no matter how hard they try to hide. I'm certain that there are only 2 mages at school. Me and that Proby, without enough power to be a master. Get it now? You're just being paranoid. The scenario you're imagining won't happen. The scenario he's imagining is almost certainly going to happen. That's my prediction anyway. That's why I said hypothetical. But the unexpected has a way of happening. Sometimes destiny decides to make the impossible come about. If we find ourselves in such a situation, I hope you'll remember not to take it out on me. Archer chuckles dryly. His smug attitude makes me want to do exactly that. But I'll be late for school if I let him keep pushing my buttons. Look, it won't happen. It's a what if because it would never happen in the first place. And if it does, it would just mean that I was too naive. I'll remember you said that. Let's get going then. It takes 30 minutes to get to your school, so you'd better leave soon if you want to be on time. I'm legitimately shocked. It really did happen. What did? I'm surprised as well. It really does pay to be a pessimist. This is our exchange, the moment we pass through the front gate. It's almost time for homeroom, so there are students on their way to class. All around us. Archer and I stand still like a pillar amid the swirling human sea. The air isn't just stagnant. Someone set up a bounded field, don't you think? It isn't finished, but yes, prep work is already underway. They must think they're a big shot to go about it this openly. Or an unbelievable amateur, only a third-rate mage would make such a conspicuous field. Someone with actual skill would conceal it until it was time to strike. And how would you rate this mage? Who knows? I couldn't care less. More importantly, trying such shoddy work in my territory is just gonna earn them a beating. I let out an indignant huff as I crossed through the grounds. As a mage, there's no sugarcoating it. I won't be satisfied until whoever made this bounded field gets what's coming to them. So I guess presumably it's gonna be one of the random students we met at the very start of the game. On my way back from the music room after second period, I spot a first year floundering in the hallway. She looks like she could use a hand with the large stack of documents she's carrying. Let me help, Sakura. Huh? Saka. Printouts? Our class is supposed to take care of world history. What is that Kazuki thinking? Making you carry all these. Here, I'll take half. Thank you. It's fine. Are we taking these to your classroom? Let's see a shrimp giver. Thanks for being here. It's been fun. No, it's Mr. Kazuki. He said he needs to take them back because there's a typo. I can't believe that. Kazuki's got such a huge stick up his butt once he's suspended an entire exam over a single typo. You mean an exam here at this school? Yeah, it was during midterms last year. It was near the end when everyone's answer sheets were already filled. He just came out and said there was a typo. The questions are incorrect, the exam is suspended, and we'll redo it tomorrow. The teachers were as surprised as we were, and people still talk about it. Well, if it was a material typo at least. You know, put in like bricks instead of marble or something. That does sound like Mr. Kazuki. He's the type of person who believes teachers shouldn't make any mistakes. But he goes overboard. You'd better learn while you can that once Kazuki's got his mind set on something, he's as hard to move as a mountain. You must like him. It's unusual to hear you talk about someone like that. Is it? I do wish he'd just relax. Though he's alright, just the way he is, ultimately. The faculty at our school is made up of both really nice teachers and some really scary ones. It's a delicate balance that Mr. Kazuki is an important part of. He's the stick to the carrot. You'll see more of him next year since he teaches ethics. Oh right, Sakura, there's something I want to ask you about. What is it? I saw it yesterday. Were you talking to a foreigner? You saw that? I just happened to. What's going on? Is he someone you know? No, I don't really know who he was. It sounded like he was lost. He asked a lot of questions, but I couldn't really understand what he was saying. Is there a world in which he's one of the masters? Coming in from out of town for the war? And that's when she slipped away. I see, sorry, I was just curious. As a heads up, be sure to unmute Shiro in the settings. Oh, he's muted by default? I guess, okay, sure. Volume mix. Advanced settings, there we go. Sound settings. I don't know, I don't see anyone who looks... Hold on. So who did you say? Shiro? Do I know Shiro? Oh, I do know Shiro. Oh, he's muted. Ah. There you go. You're welcome. Thanks for the tip there. I stole the pies. Wait, did that actually save my changes? Hold on. Yes. Okay, good. I see. Sorry, I was just curious. No, I don't mind. Oh, it's just in here I can get the rest now. Okay, see you later then. I returned the printouts to Sakura. But before I head back to my classroom, I found myself stopping. How are you lately, Sakura? I'm okay. I'm doing well. I see. Let me know if Shinji's up to something. He doesn't know when to quit, so it'll just get worse if you keep quiet. You don't have to worry. He's been nice lately. There isn't much I can say to a smile like that. We say our farewells again, and I leave my underclassmen acquaintance. School day is over. Classroom steadily empty, and the campus darkens by the hour. The crimson sun will set soon. Once light falls, there won't be anyone left around. Let's begin, Archer. First, we'll investigate the bounded field. Once we determine what type it is, we'll decide whether to erase it or leave it. I speak to my invisible partner. Feel him nod in acknowledgements. Bounded fields are meant to protect their casters. You can consider them a terrain-based magecraft formed by weaving magical energy into a net and applying it to the earth to affect the inside of the field. There are countless types of effects they can have, ranging from wards that isolate an area from the outside world, to avoid detection, to fields that limit the type of magecraft that can be activated within. The most defensive types suppress biological functions inside the area of effect. And that's what's been applied to the school grounds. Ah, interesting. While it isn't finished, everyone in the school will collapse once it's activated. That sounds bad. Something like that wouldn't work on me, though. Bounded fields are, after all, targeted at the area I'm in, not at me specifically. Such indirect magical interference won't affect a mage with magical energy flowing through her body. Huh, strange ward then. Especially if we're anticipating a war of mages. What could be the purpose of such a ward? Such a field? I don't know. Cause a scene? Similarly, the electrical charges that flow in the atmosphere won't disturb the electrical currents within my body. That means the bounded field has some other purpose. Whoever it is that put this thing here isn't trying to defeat a master with it. I don't know to believe it, but they're targeting all the people within the school. There's only one possible reason for that. It's a thought I can't stomach. I guess it's just an act of terrorism? I guess? After checking all around the campus, I finished my search on the roof. It's thoroughly dark outside now. The school gates shut at 6 p.m. and it's now 8 p.m. Archer and I are the only ones left, and Archer's in his spirit form. That makes the 7th one. Looks like this is the origin point. Oh. There are 8 symbols boldly drawn on the rooftop. The purplish red marks that only a mage can see. I've never seen or heard of sigils like these. Well, they got me there. I don't know what to do about this. Whoever set up this bounded field did it recklessly. But while imprudent, the magical working itself was an order of magnitude beyond my own skills. I could temporarily erase the energy of the curse, but I have no way to dispel the bounded field itself. All a spellcaster needs to do is supply it with more energy to reactivate the curse's effects. Archer doesn't comment. He's probably remained silent since encountering the rooftop sigils because he too has realized their nature. This bounded field does more than drain its victim's stamina. It will literally melt everyone inside once it's turned on. What? Melt? That's no good. There are bounded fields which rob victims of their life force and spiritual energy. But the spell that has been applied to the school grounds is on a whole different level. This is no less than a soul eater. A blood forge which melts the human body inside it and forcibly collects the souls that ooze out. Since antiquity, souls have always been difficult to handle. They're theorized to exist and are considered to be necessary components of magecraft, but only one mage has ever proven their existence. Our definition of soul stops at that which examines within, and that which is transferred between vessels. To not only extract souls, but then capture them as in one place. It defies comprehension. What's somebody supposed to do with a bunch of energy we can't even convert? So if I had to think of a purpose for it... I don't know. Archer, is that what you and your kind are? It comes out colder than I intended. You surmise correctly. I did say that we are fundamentally spiritual beings. That means we feed on the second and third factors, the soul and the mind. Just as you sustain yourselves with the flesh of creatures, we servants derive nutrition from the mind and soul. Oh, so is the master here trying to feed their servants, the souls of all those within the school? Okay. Interesting play. While said nutrition doesn't change our base abilities, acquiring more of it does make us more durable. Increases our reserve of magical energy, in other words. He's right. The way to make your own servant stronger is to indiscriminately attack human beings. So your own master's magical energy isn't enough? It's sufficient, but it never hurts to have more. In war, some weaknesses can be compensated with material when one is lacking in fighting strength. It's a basic strategy for a master to take energy from the humans around them. In that sense, a spouted field is an efficient tactic. Aren't you saying that I should murder people and take their power if I want to win? It's so simple. I've always known this to be true. And I know it's the path I'm supposed to walk. That really teased me off. Don't ever bring it up again, Archer. Staring at the sigils, I make my stance clear. Oddly, Archer sounds just as put off. I agree. I'd never do such a thing. His answer comes firm and resolute. Time to race this then. It won't do much good, but I can at least slow it down. I approach the sigil and extend my left hand. Magic crest engraved on my arm is like a grimoire passed down through the Tosaka line. A mental switch is flicked. I pass magical energy through the magic crest, load a verse of bounded field erasure, take a deep breath and activate it. Abzug, erase, Bidyung, surgical removal, Mittelstand, verse 2. I then send a pulse of magic and energy through via my left hand. That should wash away the sigil, for now. What? You're gonna erase it? What a waste. Suddenly, a third voice chimes in while I'm casting the spell. Huh. I whirl around. Who are you? A man perched on top of the water tower, some 10 meters above, looking down at me. He's got a deep blue that blends into the night. His mouth is drawn into a grin. He has a bestial air about him. His gaze is sharp and clear. This bizarre situation, the man in blue watches me as if he's greeting a friend he hasn't seen in a decade. Did you do this? No, it's a mage's job to play little tricks. We just fight whomever we're ordered to. Isn't that right, mate? So this is... servant. His tone is lethal yet carefree. This man can see Archer. You're a servant. That I am. And if you know that, lass, you must be my enemy. My spine tenses. Man's voice is detached and nonchalant. But it's colder than anyone I've ever heard. So scary, it's nauseating. What's the best move here? I don't know. My brain is still working enough to tell me that I absolutely must not fight him. Oh, I'm impressed, dear. I was thinking you didn't know how heads from tails, but you figured out what really counts. I blew that. Shouldn't have gone out of my way to taunt you. The man raises an arm. It appears in a flash. His once empty hand now holds a scarred 2-meter long weapon. Huh! My legs throw me to the side before I can think. Isn't time to even hesitate about jumping off the roof. Oh, we're jumping! Wow. So I made I make a mad dash for the fence, intending to barrel right through it. A cyclone lifts my hair into the air. By the skin of my teeth. That instant, something slices through the space I was just in, tearing the fence apart with it. Ha! You got a nice pair of legs on you. The blue whirlwind pursues me. There's no way out. The fence is behind me. My flanks are cut off. I would make it. Is this growth? Light mass. Is clean. Heavy pressure. I react swiftly. My magic crest surges to life so I can weave a single count CMeeCraft. The spell lightens mass and manipulates gravity. Light as a feather, my body bounces into the air. I know, I got this! I jump over the fence to plummet off the roof. Whoa! Air resistance and gravity push and pull along my body. So at 15 meters to the ground, 1.7 seconds away. Too slow. He's going to catch up to me. Vox Scott, sight, percept, S Atlas. The funeral returns to the earth. But don't fall. I mean, we're falling with style. It'll be fine. Archer, handle the landing. That Archer absorbed the shock of the landing and break into a dash as soon as we touched the down. I couldn't stay on that rooftop. We need a less cramped area from which to maneuver freely. Battlefield without obstacles where Archer and I can truly shine. Takes you less than 7 seconds to escape from the roof to the schoolyard. A distance of over 100 meters, crossed at a pace no normal person can manage, much less clearly see. And yet... You really do have good legs. I always feel bad about having to kill you here. Against the servant, it's wasted effort. At the same time I draw back, Archer materializes before me. It's a cloudy night. Archer's hand grips a short sword that faintly reflects the moonlight. Oh! Man's lips twist into an ominous sneer. Yeah, this is how it ought to be. Can't say I hate guys like you are as quick on the uptake. The whirlwind howls. It's the weapon he swung at me. On the rooftop, a spear of blood-like crimson that came mercilessly for my head. A lancer. That's me. That must make your servant a saber. Nah, it doesn't feel like one. Who the hell are you? Gone is his carefree ease from a moment ago. Archer stays silent, facing off against Lancer's unconcealed bloodlust. It's just under 5 meters between them. Lancer's weapon is nearly 2 meters long. Doesn't feel like the species of man is going to be deterred by a mere 3-meter difference. I can tell you're not the type to settle things man to man. Must make you an archer. Make you archer, specifically. Capitalized, proper noun. Archer doesn't take the bait. An unusual clash of blue and red stare at each other down. The two knights, somewhat similarly dressed, mutually calculate the other's demise. Alright, all that's left is to throw you down. Draw your bow at you. Not that I usually do this, but I'm polite enough to wait that long. Archer doesn't answer. His back is steel. He has a sword, seems to convey that. He must not have anything to say to someone he must defeat. A gentleman indeed, yes. That's when I realized that such a fool. Archer was waiting for my word. Archer? I caught him without getting any closer. Don't hold back. Show me everything you've got. Was that a laugh? The Red Knight surges forward, his lips curled in response. Wind swirls. Scarred bullet flies forth, blade in hand. Full! A blue spear thrust intercepts him. If the charging archer is a gust of wind, then the spear tip that rises to meet him is a divine storm. Streaking blades, elegant parries. Archer's put on the defensive, fending off the swift thrust with his short sword. Then Red is stopped in his tracks. His advance denied by the enemy. He can't even breach the 2-meter coverage of the spear. Polearm Wielder can control his opponent's range. Lancer with his near 2-meter reach needs to simply engage his foe whenever he comes within range. It's easier for him to stab an advancing opponent than it is for him to go after Archer himself. Despite this, Lancer closes the distance himself to press the attack, all the while keeping Archer from advancing further. You're a damn fool, Bowman, trying to challenge me in close combat. Lancer's snarl is fiery. Each thrust Lancer closes in, Isolde never letting up for a second. Moving in too close to suicide for a spear wielder. The advantage of the spear is the ability to control the enemy's position. Lancer shouldn't have a chance if he keeps closing in. No way. That's only according to conventional wisdom. Unerringly, unceasingly, Lancer's spear seeks to pierce Archer's throat, shoulder, forehead, heart. The strikes are too swift to even leave an afterimage. Archer's forced to parry, block, or evade every move of the spear. Any strike, if true, would be a mortal blow. Still, Archer is a servant, even if he specializes with the bow. He won't be brought down so easily by mundane attacks. Thrust at his forehead is quick, batted aside, and Archer renews his charge in spite of Lancer's spear. One might think that swordplay is all there is to Archer's attacks, but he's exploiting a weakness of spear tactics. Against the spear's considerable reach, neither retreat nor evasion are viable defenses for long. A half-hearted withdrawal isn't enough to get out of range, while probing attacks will lead to evisceration. A reckless charge will similarly end in impalement at the end of the spear's range. Archer and Lancer have more or less the same physical stature. Without heavy armor, it's difficult for Archer to penetrate the lethal storm of Lancer's attack radius. But Lancer's strikes are a different story. The high-speed thrusts intend to pierce vital points that are indeed terrifying. But each strike has a set trajectory and target. If one can predict these, then there are ways to avoid harm. Just as Archer's doing, one can block the strikes aimed at vital points, or just barely evade their arcs to create a safe openings. Lancer's probably underestimated him as a range specialist. The advantage of a long weapon is the generous range at which one can engage the opponent. By giving that up, Lancer has assured his... Ugh. The man in red stops in his tracks. Oh, such a nightmare unfolded as if time has rewinded. Lancer's attacks become even faster than before. Ugh. Archer's short sword is knocked aside as he twists to avoid being skewered. Lancer's spear doesn't allow retreat. Rather, his endless attacks are so fierce and sharp that even his servants are doomed against them. We were the ones who underestimated our enemy. That servant, that lancer, and his spear can't be described in mundane martial terms. Who could possibly survive such a relentless barrage? Archer beats a desperate retreat while parrying strikes, creating slightly more distance between the fighters. In that moment, Lancer steps into the gap and unleashes an even more ferocious attack. The storm of attacks is little different from what he's already been doing, but their execution is truly godlike. They've already clashed 10 times. No, it's actually several times more than that. The torrent of spear strikes increases again in intensity and number, threatening to take Archer's life 1,000 times over. It isn't even a change in speed, but in precision. At a steady pace, Lancer's spear comes down on Archer like a waterfall. How can Archer get inside his guard? With such a short weapon, all he can do is defend against the spear. He has no way to close in on Lancer. In fact, he's being forced backwards. The steel vacuum stretches out. I should be backing Archer up, if I had words tied in my throat. My CMeeCraft isn't easy to aim precisely. I risk getting Archer too if we can't get far away enough from Answer. Meanwhile, Lancer's advantage will only deepen. And to be honest, captivated by their duel. So this is a battle between servants. Holy Grail World is a battle between familiars of the highest order, heroic spirits, beings that we mages can't begin to approach. Servants. Familiars divided among 7 classes and roles, serving 7 masters. Supreme familiars called forth by the Holy Grail itself. Familiars really a misnomer for them. Familiars are supposed to be subservient minions who act on behalf of a mage. Normally you'd imagine something like Puss in Boots, an elegant white bird, or a disobedient black dog, something like that. Those sorts of familiars are what a typical mage can manage to command. Familiars are just like that, from Latin for a menial servant. It's inconceivable that a mascot used for menial labor would be stronger than its master. Servants are a quite different story. They're quite literally the most powerful examples of humanity. Even the 5 magicians wouldn't be able to control them. It's difficult to summon a servant, but not because servants are more powerful than mages. Servants are beings that surpass MageCraft itself. Is Twitch working? Is Twitch working? I think so. Twitch, did anything like get cut off? Like what's... It is? Okay, good. I think YouTube's back. I don't know why it got... Like, it was fairly stable. Like, I would get maybe, like, 1 disconnect a week. Maybe. Previously. Now I've been getting, like, multiple a stream, but it's so weird and annoying. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Anyways, they became a type of elemental we call heroic spirits. Guardians of the human race. Doesn't matter whether they were historical people or characters from mythology. Heroes are created by the thoughts of the people. Imagine them as the idols we wish they were and treat them as if they were real. Objective truth is irrelevant. Fame and faith are sufficient to give form to these legends. They're humanity's ultimate ideals, the greatest among us. That's what it means to be a hero and a heroic spirit. Naturally, it's impossible for a mere human to control something greater than human. What mages usually do is borrow a portion of their power and imitate their feats. Summoning a complete heroic spirit is simply impossible. Yet the Holy Grail makes it possible. It allows us to summon these spirits in flesh and even bind them to our command. The sheer absurdity of it proves the Grail's omnipotence. That's how heroic spirits are summoned from across time, whether from the age of gods or as recent as a century ago. 7 heroic spirits serve and protect their 7 masters, and each master sends their servants out to defeat enemy masters. It's a deathmatch between heroes of every age and every land. That's the story behind the ritual we call the Holy Grail War. Of course, there are limits to what the Grail can do. Even the Holy Grail can't indiscriminately summon mythic beings akin to elementals. Just as a form created by the people is required to materialize a sixth theoretical factor known as demons, heroic spirits need a material form to operate in this world. This is their temporary label, and the way they're allowed to exist in this world. The Holy Grail provides vessels that heroic spirits can easily materialize in, called classes, and only heroic spirits that fit these classes can be summoned. A class is like a passport that lets a heroic spirit visit the modern era to act as a familiar. It's a material vessel that they temporarily possess. There are 7 masters, 7 heroic spirits to serve them. Each is assigned one of 7 classes. Saber, the Knight of the Sword. Lancer, the Knight of the Spear. Archer, the Knight of the Bow. Rider, the Cavalier. Caster, the Mage. Assassin, the Silent Killer. Ooh, that one sounds strong. Berserker, the Mad Warrior. Only heroic spirits with attributes corresponding to the 7 classes can be summoned to the modern world, and they become servants whom the masters command. That's the servant system. Humans summon and make contracts with heroic spirits beyond our ability to handle, all in hopes of winning a miracle beyond our ken. It's the greatest of battles that can only happen here in this land, like no other Holy Grail War. The tool reaches an even higher pitch. The short sword goes flying from Archer's hand after blocking one of Lancer's strikes. Lancer's skill is consummate. A seemingly straight thrust suddenly whipped into a disarming arc at Archer's wrist. It was an attack that Archer couldn't have avoided even if he saw it coming. Isn't it an effective way to parry the spear with his sword? A forceful block is countered with an even keener strike, while defending with minimal force will never create an opening to exploit. The clash between sword and spear is shaping up into an intense struggle to defeat an enemy outside of Archer's reach. You fool. There's no hesitation, Lancer, even as he taunts Archer. He pauses from the constant pressure he puts on Archer. Does he intend to settle this duel in an instant? Lancer takes a firmly rooted stance, trading a fiery glare with a now unarmed Archer. It happens in an instant. In the span of a breath, Lancer looses a flurry of blows that's no less than a flash of light. Imperceptible. Forehead, neck, and heart. The spear moves to skewer all 3. And yet, another flash of light counters the first that I couldn't even follow. Archer's hand grasps the short sword once more. Like the weapon he used earlier, it's a Chinese sword, not dissimilar to a cleaver. But the greatest difference between them is a dual wield, eh? Blade and blade. In each hand he grips a sword, each clearly meant to complement the other. Ha! Playing swordsman, are we? Lancer's spear sinks through the air. Oh, wow. It becomes even faster, as if to herald Archer's certain death. The duel becomes a symphony of clashing blades. 2 steel instruments play a resounding chorus, the sparks of their conflict rising to a never-ending crescendo. Their battle is like a vacuum, It sucks in all the air around it, making me feel like I'll be cut if I even dare approach. It all happened in an instant, really. As I watched with bated breath, no one seemed to stretch on. Lancer keeps his foes out of his fatal pockets, while Archer attempts to close the gap with his shield of dueling swords. Or dual swords, rather. They've clashed over 100 times already, Archer losing a weapon each time. But instantly another sword appears in Archer's empty hand, and Lancer is slightly driven back each time. Lancer finally acknowledges his miscalculation. He has no idea who he's fighting. It would be a mistake to keep dismissing his opponent as a bowman. A space opens up between them. Lancer puts significant distance between them. Maybe he tends to start over. That agility isn't normal. Archer's charge defies human ability, but he's sluggish next to Lancer. The swiftness of Lancer's retreat had the speed and grace of a leopard. But if he's retreating now, can we shoot him? 27. I've disarmed you 27 times. Did you still have more? Lancer sounds irritated. Actually, he sounds more confused than upset. I feel the same way. Yeah, being able to like regenerate your sword is pretty good, pretty good. According to my father, servants typically only have one weapon. They're supposed to be singular relics of unimaginable power, not expendable items to be drawn over and over like Archer's doing. Servants are heroes whose spiritual rank are elevated to the magnitude of elementals or divine spirits after death. In a way, they're not unlike angels and demons. They're powerful familiars on their own, but their greatest strength is the mighty weapons that prove they're heroes. We call these magic items noble phantasms. They're the favorite weapon or armor that a servant used while it was a living hero. It's literally the servant's secret weapon. So why is he bringing out knives then? Or not knives, but like short swords? Shouldn't he, like he's an archer, is he not? To a servant, a noble phantasm is a one-of-a-kind armament. It's a servant's indispensable ultimate weapon as well. Same goes for Lancer's spear. It can exhibit its power as a noble phantasm if he so chooses. A noble phantasm is a formidable weapon on its own, but its true power is expressed when invoking its true name. Heroes' weapons are known to have slain dragons and gods, to have conquered the earth. Servants activate noble phantasms with their own magical energy. It's not unlike CMeeCraft, actually. Servants use their noble phantasms as catalysts to recreate the destruction from their legends. A noble phantasm is most certainly not a disposable tool. Archer has produced dozens of swords by now. Each seems like a masterwork unto itself, but they surely can't be his noble phantasm. He's an archer, after all. His secret must be some kind of bow. What's the matter, Lancer? It's not like you to be so cautious. Where'd all that fire go? Snaky bastard, you think you can bite me like that? The cause of Lancer's irritation is obvious. Lancer's been fighting as a spearman while Archer has been fending him off as a swordsman, meaning that Archer hasn't revealed his cards yet. It must be frustrating to deal with. Fine then, let me have you skill this. Which land are you a hero from? I've never heard of a bowman who's also a dual-wielding swordsman. It's easy to tell who you are, though. They say that only the swiftest heroes are chosen as lancers, but you're outstanding even among them. There can't be 3 spear wielders as fine as you in the world, and only one has such bestial agility. Who could we be talking about? I don't know, I mean, he could be like... And spears would have been very common in like ancient Greek warfare. We could be looking at like an Achilles, potentially. Or A Leonidas, maybe? Trying to think of other notable spearmen throughout history. It's tough because the polearm has historically been the weapon of the rank and file soldier, right? There's kind of the run-of-the-mill infantryman. It's not often the kind of iconic, almost like mythical weapon. Could be Lancelot, in theory. We're going for like Arthurian legend. I'm gonna put my bet on Achilles. That's my bet here. Especially because Achilles is notably superhuman, right? I think he's a demigod of some nature, I think. I don't know. He's something like that. Like all of the Greek heroes are, aren't they? Oh, well said, Archer. For a moment, the bloodlust is so strong, I forgot. For a moment, the bloodlust is so strong, I forget to breathe. Lance's arms move. Silvered stands without any of the nonchalance he's shown thus far. His spear tip dips as if to puncture the ground, but Lance's eyes bore straight through Archer. Then will you taste my killer technique? I won't stop you. You're a foe we have to overcome sooner or later. Lancer lowers his stance. Simultaneously, a thorny, bitter cold overtakes the schoolyard. The air freezes. I don't mean that metaphorically, it's literally ice cold. All of the mana in the atmosphere freezes solid. Only as a warrior, Lancer is allowed to breathe in this space. The spear in Lancer's hands is undoubtedly magical. Its true form eager to burst forth. Oh no. He's going to die. I don't know what kind of noble phantasm that is, but Archer is finished. It's the first time I've had this kind of premonition, and hard as it is to believe, I don't doubt it for a second. Lancer unleashes his spear, Archer will die. It's absolutely certain. As Lancer says, his spear means death. Archer will lose. Lancer will stab him through the heart and he'll die. Despite that, despite these premonitions, despite this insight, I can't even help Archer. I feel like if I so much as lift a finger, I'll signal the beginning of the end. If there's a way to prevent Archer's defeat, then it can only be... Who goes there? Sudden appearance of a third party whom we've all overlooked. Huh? Lance's ferocity disappears. I hear the sound of someone running away. Behind I can clearly make out a school uniform. A student? Someone still on campus? Apparently, and it saved our lives. Archer answers coolly. Sure enough, the interruption did save our skin. I screwed after I was so distracted by Lance that I wasn't keeping an eye on our surroundings. Wait, what are you doing, Archer? Can't you tell? I'm resting because there's no one left to fight. That's not what I mean. What about Lancer? He went off to chase the witness. Probably to get rid of them. Oh, the student's gonna die. For a moment, my thoughts grind to a halt. After them, Archer, I'll catch up. Archer pursues Lancer immediately. Damn it, I'm such a dummy. I curse around negligence. It's standard mage policy to eliminate witnesses. Till now I've been careful not to allow anyone to see me as a mage to avoid that scenario. Why did it have to happen today of all days? Oh, I'm gonna kill a student. Great. The night feels oppressive, not letting even the moonlight through. I find Archer standing over the body of a student collapsed on the floor of a terribly cold hallway. He looks wordlessly down at the student. An odor reaches my nose. The sight of slowly pooling blood makes you realize that it's the smell of death. Follow him, Archer. Lance should be running back to his master. If we can at least catch sight of their face, then tonight isn't a total loss. Archie goes off after Lancer. Only the fallen student and I remain in the corridor. I can't look him in the eye. But I have to. This is my fault. This is my fault. This is my fault. Since I was young, since I made up my mind to inherit the Tosaka legacy, I've been prepared for this. Mages aren't governed by good or evil. Now, all along, this path would be a bloody one. A single thrust from Lance's spear. If you got in the heart, there's no saving you. I don't know how many seconds ago Lancer killed him. It's just a matter of whether he was unlucky enough to get stabbed through the heart. The blood loss isn't as bad as I would expect for a destroyed heart, so maybe the injury isn't too deep. Might not be too bad, but he's still screwed if blood has been cut off to his brain. Though, yeah, if his heart were wrecked, then he would have died instantly. Still not dead. You're really something. It's hard to hear, but just barely. Mirrors pick up faint breathing that might be a death rattle? It won't last more than a few seconds. I don't have the power to save him. I don't even have a way to heal my own wounds. I have to look him in the eye, at least. I start to reach for the face of the prone figure and realize that my fingers won't move. They're shaking. But why? I'm used to this. I made this choice countless times. I've lost so much thanks to my own mistakes, my own selfishness. That's why I've always been ready for this day to come. Why am I so angry at myself? I'm sorry. I'll keep you company. You deserve that much. I use cold logic to still my trembling fingers and legs and check the fallen student's face. Oh no, is this someone I actually know? A great weight falls onto me. I feel like I've just been struck by a hammer. Don't do this to me. Why did it have to be you? I grind my teeth. No longer to brace myself against the shaking. Because I'm truly angry. Why did it have to be him? Why him especially? How did that with Lancer for silencing a witness as a servant should? At school today, of all days, at this hour, you fool! Who would you of all people? Sakura's face comes to mind. I'm sure she'll cry. I find myself recalling a day after school some years ago. The sky glowed a distant red. A boy that always ran. And a silly little girl watched him absently from afar. That boy got involved in something he shouldn't have. And now his corpse is in front of me. There's still a way. If I fail, I might lose my trump card. There's a way to save him. I know I'll lose it whether this works or not, so the outcome is the same to me. This is a mistake. His impending death is a foregone conclusion. It's my fault for not paying enough attention to what was happening around me. And his fault for having the dumb luck to be here tonight. There's no need for me to go this far for him. My father, who left me with nothing to remember him by, did in fact leave me this heirloom to help me. It's a massive store of magical energy meant to be a trump card that helps me win this war. A precious, precious treasure just for... So, that's stupid. I turn back and kneel by the dying boy. Well, that's that. I bandaged my hand. It gets lighter. My father's keepsake is nearly empty. With a clink, I drop it on the guy who was a second away from becoming a corpse. Nothing else I could have done. There really was no other way. I don't have the power or skill to bring someone back to life. Especially not someone with a destroyed heart, damaged blood vessels, and brain death mere seconds away. All I can do is patch up his missing parts with brute force. You're lucky to still be breathing. If you're totally dead, then there would have been no bringing you back with any amount of magical energy. But if he's still alive, I just need to help him the best I can. I'd really hated myself if I failed. Worked out, I guess. Yeah, I feel fulfilled. If I'm being honest, this wasn't such a bad experience. So really, I'm lying to myself. I should go. I did what I came to do. Better get out of here before he wakes up. Yeah, there isn't any point in hanging around. Archer's off tailing Lancer, so I should just go home. But who did we heal? Who did we save? I'd love some details on this. And is literally actually just some random person, not an important character? I guess that's nice morally, but... Anyway. On the way home, I remember. I left my father's memento at school. Now it's just a pendant with all of its magical energy wrung dry. Oh well. I don't suppose I need it anymore. It might have a little bit of energy left in it, but it's less than the 10 gemstones I'm carrying. What Father wanted was for me to have enough magical energy to win the Holy Grail War. Now that I've used that resource up, its container doesn't mean much. I arrive home without announcing my return and plop down on the sofa. Archer still isn't back yet. I heave a tired sigh and listen to the clock tick for a few minutes. I need to get my head in the game. After a battle like that, what am I even spacing out for? I jump to my feet and make some black tea. I have plenty to think about. The servant we encountered most of all. I finally watched a battle between servants which, until today, I'd only known about through books. Lancer, huh? I panicked when he seemed about to use his noble phantasm, but at least it would have let us learn who he is. Learning a servant's identity is key to defeating a servant. With the exception of the idiot who doesn't know his own name, a servant's greatest weakness is their identity. Once you learn a servant's name and identity, then you can mostly deduce that heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It goes without saying that since servants are heroic spirits, they have legends associated with them. Unraveling their history can reveal a lot about their abilities. Masters address servants by their class names to hide their true names. Ah. More famous a hero, the more likely their weapon and weakness are to be known. So, just as an example, if Lancer is actually Achilles, then I think we've got a pretty good idea of how to take him out. Literally, actually, arrow to the Achilles tendon. Yeah. He's gotta be Achilles, right? That's gotta be, like, how this first, like, face-off arc of, like, ends, right? That's gotta be it. Like, yeah. Find out he's Achilles, like, oh, therefore Achilles tendon, therefore Archer, shoot his Achilles tendon, we got him. Maybe we can use myself as, like, bait or something, so, and then take him by surprise. Anyways, that's my prediction anyway. Heroic spirit who has become a servant will never willingly divulge their identity. That knowledge is reserved only for their master. There is a tacit understanding that a master conceals their own servant's identity while trying to figure out the identities of the other servants. Including this one, there have been 5 Holy Grail wars thus far. Oh, I wonder when. Each servant's quality depends on the caliber of the summoned heroic spirit. Naturally, a famous hero or one of a legendary weapon is powerful. One with a legendary weapon. Accordingly, it's difficult to summon such heroic spirits. For that, a summoner needs a connection to the heroic spirit they're summoning, such as a weapon the hero wielded during their lifetime. Even the Mages Association, with all its resources, only has a few such items in its possession. That's why most mages, myself included, summon a heroic spirit whom we have an affinity with. A servant's strength is determined by the caliber of the heroic spirit, or so the logic goes. But reality isn't so clear-cut. Even a superior heroic spirit might struggle when the classes in play aren't favorable. Class-specific abilities can have a large impact on the outcome of a battle. Each of the 7 classes comes with additional abilities. The interaction between these can allow one to triumph over a stronger opponent. To continue the example, it's said that great heroes were defeated by lesser-known heroes in each of the previous 4 wars. As far as I know, the best servant class is Saber. Makes sense. Swords, while they weren't typically a battlefield weapon historically outside of, like, the Roman legions, were a very good sidearm and all-around weapon. Not overly, like, maxed out for one particular fighting style or another. Just a good general all-around tool. Saber fought until the very end of each of the last 4 wars. Saber, Lancer, and Archer are said to have powerful magic resistance. CMeeCraft isn't effective against these 3 classes. After all, they're warriors from ages of myth and legend when magic was still prevalent. Spells cast by modern mages would probably fizzle out on contact. That's why the first 3 classes are generally considered the most desirable. The other class to watch out for is Berserker. Heroic spirits summoned in this class lose their sanity. Ooh. As the name suggests, they become crazed warriors and puppets of their masters, but are strengthened beyond the powers they had in life. It's also worth noting that the stronger a servant is, the greater its burden on its master. In the past, masters who drew Berserker couldn't control their servants and ultimately self-destructed due to running out of magical energy. No exceptions. Ooh. In the vast majority of cases, Holy Grail wars are won by the summoned servant's abilities. Of course, there are plenty of ways for masters to win battles, but it basically comes down to fighting between servants. That's why a master needs to commit the utmost diligence and effort to summoning a servant. Discontented, I decided to come up with projections for the battles to come. Before long, it's 11 p.m. Yes, I fixed the clocks already. Archer comes home. Welcome back. How'd it go? Sorry, I failed. His master must be a cautious one. I was at least able to tell that Lancer's master isn't on this side of the city. Figures. Lancer was all alone, and his master didn't seem like the type to show themselves. I see. Well, we knew it wouldn't be that easy. Everything can't go according to plan. So there's no use worrying over it. I'll just give up and treat tonight as a learning experience. You seem dispirited, Master. What happened to all that combativeness? Don't tell me you're a coward after a single skirmish. If you order it, I can go back out right now and re-engage Lancer. Archie doesn't say it, but I can tell he thinks that's the right course of action. Oh. I must look pretty depressed right now, huh? That's not it at all. I'm not going back out there because I don't want to waste efforts. Waste the efforts? Masters aren't all accounted for yet. Tonight's fight was unavoidable, but we're not supposed to fight until the signal to start the war. Father told me that's a rule of the Holy Grail War. I see. So your father was a master too. Archer nods in understanding. Actually, he's making a rather mixed expression. What, you got something to say to me? Yes, I forgot to ask you something. Rin, you've been raised from a young age to be a master and followed that lifestyle accordingly, yes? That means you always expected to become a master? Of course I did. Some mages are appointed as masters, but it doesn't work like that for me. I'm a Tosaka. Winning the Holy Grail War has been our goal for generations. That makes sense. So I already had an objective in mind. That's what I wanted to ask you about. I need to know my master's wish before I offer my sword in service. I believe you already offered about like 27 of them in service. So Rin, what is your wish? My wish? I don't really have one. That's... Archie's making a funny face. That can't be true. The Holy Grail can grant any wish. Mages only become masters to obtain the Holy Grail, so what do you mean you have no wish? Archer drops all pretense. Ah, right. Once the Holy Grail is won, the victorious master's wish has nothing to do with the servants. But that's weird. Father mentioned that servants have their own wishes too. But that's their own business. It shouldn't matter to Archer whether or not I have a wish. Fine, since you don't have a specific wish, what about a general one, like conquering the world, for example? That's where your mind would have been, to conquering the world, world conquest. Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. Okay, so you're an archer. Who could you be? An obviously famous archer that comes to mind first right now is Robin Hood. But with a line like that, first thing comes to mind for a wish is to conquer the world? This might be kind of throwing it out there a bit crazily. But what about Genghis Khan? The Mongols, very renowned for their archery. Horseback archery specifically, so maybe that's more in line with like cavaliers? But an archer conquering the world. And didn't it say like Chinese styled swords? Mongols did conquer China. Interesting, interesting. It's an idea at least. Why? The world already belongs to me. Wait, what? What? Huh? Excuse me? Where the... What? You know, Archer, the world is just a set of values that revolves around yourself. I've thought ever since I was born. I need to take over something that's always been inherently mine. I'm not sure I completely followed with the logic, but okay. Archer looks at me with a strange expression. And he's stubborn. I don't believe you. The Holy Grail has the power to grant wishes. You could obtain anything you want in the material world. How can you not desire anything at all? Well, the real reward is not in what the Grail can get you, but in getting the Grail, don't you see? World domination sounds like a pain. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Not everyone looks at things the way you do, you know. I'm having trouble understanding this. What do you fight for? If it's a fight to be had, I just want in, Archer. I'll take whatever I find along the way. I don't really know how the Holy Grail works, but if I find there's something I want, I can just use it on that. Not all people live to acquire things, you know. Meaning... That's right, I'm just fighting to win. Archer sighs and shrugs. Maybe he's fed up with me, but he finally relaxes. I give up. You truly are fit to be my master. I don't know how to respond to comments like that, so I wish he'd stop making them. Servants may not have the right to choose their masters, but what makes you think I'm worthy of you? Do I need to spell it out? It's because you are, without a doubt, the strongest master. I don't need any other reason than that. Oh, well, thanks. It doesn't sound like flattery coming from you. I turn away to hide my embarrassment. Archer usually acts like a smartass, so this sincerity is blindsiding me. Admittedly, I'm happy he feels this way. I've come to trust him, and he's come to trust me. I don't think this mutual sentiment is a bad thing. I suppose we should take a breather, then. The seventh master is yet to appear, but it might not happen right... Wait, Rin, what happened to your jewelry? My jewelry? Oh, you mean the pendant? I forgot it back there. It doesn't have any power anymore, so... I don't really need it, do I? I suppose not, if you say so. Yeah, it's a keepsake from father, but it's hardly the only memory I have of him. Don't say that. You don't always have to act so strong, Rin. As he nags me. Archer holds out the pendant I left at school. Oh, he found it! Nice, thank you. Wait, so you knew where it was the whole time? Oh, you picked it up for me. Don't lose it again. It really belongs with you, Rin. Archer avoids eye contact as he passes the pendant to me, looking almost bashful. Okay, thanks. I accept it. To be honest, I'm not sure whether to be embarrassed or play it off right now. The pendant is as I left it. As I thought, it really doesn't have any energy left. It's just an expensive jewel now that it's empty. But to put it in Archer's terms, maybe it still has meaning as a memento of my father, even without its power. I suppose I can laugh this off as a net win since I spent my trump card to save someone's life. Wait a second. I jolt up in my seat. I wasn't thinking straight while I lamented what I lost. As I pull myself together, it strikes me. He saw us, so I ought to alter his memories. You know, Lancer prioritized eliminating witnesses over fighting us. Lancer's thinking should reflect that of his master. Which means, the master who went out of their way to kill a witness finds out that he survived. They won't let him live. I stand up from the sofa. It's already been 3 hours. I don't make it in time. I can't let this happen, not after all the trouble I went through. That's a fair point. I spread through the night. Fortunately, I know where he lives. Not because I bothered to find out, but because someone I have know goes over to his place often. I've never been there personally. Good grief, you're really making this harder on yourself. I love how I'm justifying the... She's sundry even in her own just internal monologue, justifying this to herself. Archer gripes unenthusiastically. It's going to be as much of a struggle to rescue the guy now as it was to save him earlier. It's midnight, the sky is shrouded in clouds. I arrive at an old samurai estate. The building closest to the outside shows no signs of life. There aren't many neighboring houses, so it's unlikely anyone would come, even if they noticed something was amiss. My breath mists white. The wind picks up. It must be pretty strong because the clouds are starting to move. I find myself trembling despite the temperature. Fuki weather and a chill run down my spine. People call Fuki a warm place, but you can feel the winter chill from the hilltops. The air is bitingly cold. The chill presses in and makes it hard to hear. In the midst of this air that seems conquered by the cold, I keenly sense the enemy. He's here. The Lancer from earlier. I bite my lip. Something's on the other side of the outer wall. Lancer must have already infiltrated the house, waiting for its witless owner to come home to his death. We'll just have to jump over it. I'll think about what happens when it happens. Just as I'm about to order Archer to go in. What's this? Huh? A flash. From the house emerges a radiant white light, bright as the sun. Its presence is all-consuming. The power radiating from Lancer is being washed away by the newcomer's even greater aura. An instantaneous explosion of ether gives the spirit physical form. And some being overpowers Lancer. No way! All I can do is whisper in awe. But the truth is staring me in the face. As if to prove the point, Lancer bounds over the wall, fleeing the compound. Hey Archer, is that one of your hypotheticals? Perhaps, but now all 7 of them are here, Rem. Archer's calm. Meanwhile, my rational thought goes flying out the window. What happens next should have been obvious, but I'm not thinking straight. There's a strong gust of wind. The clouds cover the sky like an umbrella. Darkness shrouds the lightless outskirts of the town. A servant leaps over the wall and lands gracefully like an unworldly bird. Archer reacts. I fail to even twitch in response. That's my fault. The fight ends before even a second passes. 1 second might be a brief instant to me. That's a massive opening to a servant. A bladed wind closes in on me. Oh! Archer! Archer lunges in front of me, while the servant cuts him deeply. It really was just an instant. Is Archer, who so gracefully fended off Lancer's brutal assault, going down in 1 hit? Vanish, Archer! I made it in time. Before the servant's next strike takes off Archer's head, I force him to retreat. But now I'm face to face with the servant single-handedly. That doesn't seem good. Pain throbs in my right hand. Because of such an extreme order, it used up one of my command spells. War hasn't even properly started and we're already down to 1. I'm screwed. I'm gonna die right here anyway, but... Now I only have 1 left. This is for the best. It's worth losing a command spell or 2 to make sure Archer doesn't die. Without skipping a beat, the servant comes for me next. Don't underestimate me! Pull out a wind-imbued topaz and feed my magical energy directly into it without any extra steps. It's a cluster of wind spells that I've been feeding into this day after day, and they're enough to blow away a house or 2 without leaving a trace. This is one of 10 jewels I've been building up for the last 17 years, without skipping a single day. Even if I can't beat this thing with it, it should be enough to slow. Oh no. Or not. It didn't work at all. No one touches the servant. Would not have been a tempest that would hew apart everything in its path. It disappears like a simple stage magic trick. Ah, yes. If we're against... Well, we have Archer. Lancer left. So if we're against Saber here... Yeah, that's bad. That's bad! A terrifying magic resistance. You're telling me that a mage doesn't have enough magical energy to hurt us this servant? Oh no. Magecraft doesn't work. I've lost Archer's protection. I've No way to stop the servants. Even if I barely managed to dodge the first attack, I'm finished. I look up at the night sky. And as I imagine a ruthless reaper coming for me, sprawled pitifully on the ground. What? The wind blows. Through a break in the clouds, the moon peeks out through the spiral-like sky. The moonlight highlights her elegant profile. So this is the face of the servant who drove off Lancer. Took down my archer in one blow. And shrugged off my magecraft like it was nothing. That was an admirable display of magecraft, mage. The girl's voice rings clear like a bell. Yet her voice is the stuff of nightmares at this moment. But this is the end for you, Master of Archer. The sword she's thrust at me seems to shine. I know that this is my dying moment. One glance is enough to figure that out. This is the card I wish to draw. The sword-wielding hero, said to be the most powerful servant. I look up at the moon, prepared to die. There's no room to beg for my life. No time to escape. With my death, Rin Tosaka's Holy Grail War will have ended on the third day. You'd think I'd go out hating my foe, feeling nothing but shame and regrets. But I don't feel that way at all. Something's seriously wrong with me. I'm one moment away from certain death, and here I am, entranced by my killer. Yeah. It's frustrating to be sure. But there's nothing I can do now. The strongest servant is going to kill me. She looks all at what's heartless, utterly noble, and so very beautiful. Well, I guess it's over. Tragic. Oh, we got what opening cutscene thing? I got Fate Stay Night Remastered. I should probably talk in case this is like heavily copyrighted music. Yeah. And even if it is, it's not the end of the world. Like, I think like my Danganronpa videos got copyright claims for like the first and last episodes due to that sort of thing, but this is surprisingly high quality for like a visual novel opening cutscene type thing. Looks fun. Isn't that red-haired boy the random guy from school from earlier? I've completed the prologue. There we go. And quite frankly, I think we've been streaming for like almost around 4.5 hours now. I think that's really a good place to end this stream. Prologue, you died? It would seem to be the case, yes. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe you start the actual story, like start chapter 1 and you get saved at the last minute or something, but so far it looks like I'm dead in the prologue, which is not great. But anyway, so this has been Fate Stay Night, the prologue. We might return to it. We'll see. I've definitely enjoyed it so far. So we'll see. We'll see if you guys want to see more or not. Obviously, we were only really playing this today because I don't have my console working, so... And I figured this was a decent little thing to do instead. Well, not my console works fine, it's the capture card that's giving me trouble. And or the software that operates with my capture card. In any case, though, yeah. I think that'll do it for today. As for tomorrow we got Friday, 10 p.m. I can't guarantee a Jackbox stream, because again, my Jackbox games are on Switch, and my capture card for console isn't working right now. But we'll do something. We'll do something fun and interactive, right? I'll find something on PC. Or I might be able to fix the capture card in time. We'll see. But it'll be good, hopefully. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Glad to have you with me this evening. And yeah, until next time, I've been CMeeCraft, and I'll catch you in the next stream and or video. Goodbye.